All right. We're back. We're back for day 17 of the Karen Reed trial. And yes, I did have to look at the title of my stream to remember what day it is. But yeah, we're here. I hope everyone had a good day yesterday without court, without me. I certainly needed it. I Wednesday's stream just wiped me out. So there you go. So yeah. So Dan, good to see you. 3 cents, good to see you as well. So, and today I'm not blaming my tardiness on Mormon Standard Time, although I could. But no, today we are blaming Mike because he distracted me as I was getting ready by Nick Rekieta's arraignment, which I'm obviously not going to do today. I might do it in the next couple days. Really not all that interesting other than who it is. So, yeah. But just the same, Mike distracted me. It's his fault. It's always his fault, even when it's not. So, Kevin, good to see you. It's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you giving me 3 days off. I think that's what it is for everyone, Kova. It's just here in Utah, it legitimately is referred to as Mormon Standard Time. Back in the 90s when I was a teenager still going to church, not by choice. Sundays, it was sometimes referred to as 49ers time just because, Steve Young was their quarterback at the time. Therefore, San Francisco was Utah's team. So playing on Sunday, it's like, well, maybe we need to end church 15 minutes early to go watch the 49ers. So, which, other than that, most of the state of Utah absolutely hates San Francisco, which is sad, but there you are. Vince, the ceiling fan is amazing. Luna Knights, good to see you. Here we go. So, as I was getting the stream set up, happened to catch a few comments in the Law and Crime chat, and it's crazy. Just crazy. There's just two that caught my eye because I try not to look at it. But one, was because they were on cross-examination in real time. And I think Dale Murphy's son recently played football for the University of Utah because, he's back in Utah. But one of the comments during the live cross-examination was, wow, 99.9% of objections sustained. Huh. And it's like, well, maybe that's because Lolly is objecting when Jackson isn't following the rules. So the sustained objections are being lawfully sustained. Who'da thunk? Jackson is trying to engage in fuck shit, therefore the judge agrees with Lolly. Wow, what a concept. Ask better questions, you don't get objections. Or the objections are not sustained. And that's, yeah. But the other comment I noticed as I was quickly logging in, finding the right time, and then maximizing the screen was, wow, if the FBI doesn't step in soon, Karen Reed's going to be found guilty. Sad. The FBI cannot, will not, will never, can never stop this trial. Federalism is still a thing. It's a wild concept. It's a wild concept. But I just, yeah, exactly. The FBI and my last bit of bluster before we get started, letting a few more people come in. So, do you guys ever have the George Costanza jerk store moments where, for my non-American friends, George Costanza from Seinfeld, he's in a meeting. He works with the New York Yankees at the time. He's in a meeting, stuffing his face full of shrimp, and his nemesis at the Yankees says, the ocean called, they're running out of shrimp. And George is caught flat-footed, and meeting ends, they leave. He walks out the door and realizes the perfect comeback was, oh yeah, the jerk store called and they're running out of you. And then that guy left the Yankees, and so George sets up an elaborate plot to replay that moment so he could use his line. Except when he finally does it, his nemesis says, that's fine, you're their all-time bestseller, the jerk store. So I think, as I was thinking about this after Wednesday's stream, and I think Jen McCabe had a bit of a jerk store moment. And when she and Jackson were getting testy with each other, and it might have been, it's been so long since I've watched Seinfeld, so but yeah, so when they were getting testy with each other about the Turtle Boy harassment, and Jen says something to the effect of, no, it's because of all the unending, unbearable harassment we've received. And Jackson's like, don't you mean community outrage at your actions? I really, really, really wish she had said, no, I mean the coordinated harassment that you have organized. I really wish she had said that. It would have been inappropriate. It absolutely would have been inappropriate. The judge would have lost her mind. But I really wish she would have said that, because it would have been glorious. Absolutely glorious. So, yeah. And then, of course, apparently I'm still the most biased person ever, even though, the people who always come in and say I'm biased, they never seem to be in here when I'm playing devil's advocate, saying, maybe this is the case in favor of Karen Reed, that the few times I've said, oh, that's a good point. That's a good argument, that, the missing phone calls could be a problem, assuming they are missing. I'm not willing to give Alan Jackson the benefit of the doubt, but the how long to die Google. I still you know, I just, if you're going to murder someone and leave them out on the front lawn, you don't Google how long until they die. You just make sure they're dead. So to me, just like if it is a conspiracy, a murder conspiracy, it doesn't make any sense counting on the cold to kill him, Googling it at, 2:27, whereas to see, oh, can he still be saved, makes sense. And I just don't get it. And Highlands, and no, it wouldn't make her in contempt. It could cause a mistrial. I don't think it would be that extreme a remedy. I think the judge would just say, all right, stop it, you two. Jury, disregard that. But it certainly wouldn't put the witness in contempt, especially if that's what she believes. He opened the door to it. So, but Kova, have you ever seen the rain on a sunny day? That's not the exact line from CCR, but yeah. So that said, we are here, as I said, for day 17 of the Karen Reed trial. Day 16 on Wednesday, we had the end of Jen McCabe's cross. And then we had the Sullivan sisters. I'm thinking there was one in between, but I can't remember. Either way, we had the Sullivan sisters, which potentially, oh no, it was Carrie Roberts. That's who was in between and wisely uncrossed. But we have the beginnings of a motive for second-degree murder. We still haven't proved she hit him yet, but we have the beginning of a motive, because she's insanely jealous from the Aruba trip, the Sullivan sisters. We have from Jen McCabe, but it's a quote of Carrie Roberts, the Karen Reed was just a babysitter with benefits. John really loved Bella's mom. And the thing is, Luna Knights, I say exactly why I dislike her. I dislike her because of her association with Turtle Boy. I dislike her attorneys, not for representing her, but for the way they represent her. I don't think that's the right way to do it. Of course, as I've said, I think their best shot would be still the some Puerto Rican guy defense. Yeah, he was hit by a car, just wasn't our client. We don't know who it was. We wish the police had done their job and found some Puerto Rican guy. But, to attack the entire town of Canton basically is, if you don't have solid evidence of it, it's not a good look. So that being said, today, I think today, all day, maybe even into Tuesday, because Monday is Memorial Day, so no court. It's the second anniversary of the Stoneham Boob Massacre, when Kate's evil, evil, evil mammalian protuberance attacked Chili de Castro at the Stoneham Memorial Day Parade. But yeah, so we've got Brian Higgins, which, as I've said, you know, you're not going to convince me without hard evidence that this is some grand elaborate conspiracy. You could pretty easily convince me, having not seen the evidence yet, but, you know, say Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, yeah, they wanted to get together, and so they conspired to get John out of the way. That's a pretty easy sell. So, well, I mean, with evidence, but once again, that's how easy it is to make up conspiracies. I have no evidence of that other than I've heard they flirted, but out of that, there's my conspiracy. It's, yeah. So let's hit play though.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Florida County of Norfolk. You are near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Al Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on Hopkins Street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David United for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James.
Yes.
So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or should be yes. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? My apologies.
Of course, with this witness, I think there's a lot to discuss in a sidebar, so I don't think this is going to be unique today. They might today with this witness, because as I mentioned, it's Brian Higgins.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good morning.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions?
So they have, the jury is 12 people. I believe they seated 18 people. So there's 6 alternates. And sometimes you know you're an alternate. Sometimes basically they draw straws at the very end. Before the jury enters deliberations, they draw straws and say, all right, you 6 are alternates. You get to wait around and not discuss anything in case we need to sub you in. But basically, they have 6 alternates treated exactly as the jury right now. So
What did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And
It makes sense going from the fire department to the DEA, especially if, if you're a fire investigator as opposed to a firefighter. But still, in my mind, I think the general pipeline is police officer to DEA. So, or, Army to DEA or whatever, but firefighter to DEA. Interesting.
when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
Can you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere?
Uh-oh, he sold his house 24 days before the murder. Conspiracy. And it was 5 days after Karen's insane, or 3 or 4 days after Karen's rage in Aruba.
Or else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and
Brandon, really, no. I mean, we just discussed the Seinfeld jerk store, and that's pretty much it.
had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that
Oh,
in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that day initially?
New York City.
And why were you in
New York City.
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
including several people from Massachusetts.
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake in the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
So, Brandon, here in Utah, as you know, the population is predominantly Mormon. And so in the Mormon church, the base level congregation is called a ward. And the next level up is called a stake, S-T-A-K-E. And generally that'll be 4, 5, 6 wards. And the each stake will have a stake center. Often it's just the normal church building with extra offices for the stake administration. When I was a kid, though, before they tore down the church building I grew up going to, other end of the parking lot, they had a separate stake center. Well, in elementary school, one of my best friends was Jewish. And his dad was telling us a story one day. A lady stops him on, he lived less than a block away from the stake center, but couldn't see it from their house because of the way the street was set up. So she stops because he's out and asks him, "Where's the steakhouse?" Now, once again, normally you call it the steak center. Some people call it the steakhouse, whatever. So my friend's dad, being Jewish, he hears steakhouse and he gives her directions to the Ponderosa Steakhouse, which was a couple blocks away. He realizes, of course, after she's gone, oh, she was asking about that Mormon building a couple 100 feet away. Oops. So it happens.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Elbit, Kevin Elbit, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who were they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have?
On my part, that wasn't a pun. Brandon's was. Mine was a true story.
Your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends.
True story.
Kevin Elbit is a detective with the Canton Police Department.
Or at least it's true that my friend's dad relayed that story to me.
Brian Elbit was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him.
I don't think so. But this friend's dad, well, both parents were in the Utah Symphony, and the dad, has made, I think he's retired now. It's been ages since I've seen any of them, but he's made a name for himself because he plays a rarely soloed instrument, and yet he's put out a few albums as a solo artist. I think I've mentioned before meeting Dudley Moore backstage at the Utah Symphony. It was them that took me. They basically got in free because parents are in the symphony, and so we sat up first or second tier right above the stage basically, and unsupervised 12-year-olds and had to go straight backstage, but since they had a celebrity guest, they tried to keep us out. We had, instead of just the normal use the code to get backstage, they had a guard at the door, so they had to go get my friend's mom, who came and got us, and we were ushered straight into Dudley Moore's private dressing room, which I had never heard of Dudley Moore before, but we were still kind of starstruck and, didn't. Yeah. But the younger brother, who I was also very good friends with, is actually in the music world. He's a renowned cellist, went to Juilliard, got his PhD at University of Michigan, I think. And it's been a while since I've looked him up, but he's not in a symphony. He's featured solo artist, basically the traveling musician, featured cellist, soloist, just absolutely ridiculous. So I grew up with more talented people than me.
Back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Elbit. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations? So to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship.
So it occurs to me, sorry to pause again so soon, when I think it was Sergeant Good, the duty sergeant that took the 911 call, when he was testifying, the defense made a big deal that Brian Higgins showed up at the police station at like 1:30, 1:45, and it's like, don't you think that's suspicious? No, because he kind of kept his own hours. He'd often show up middle of the night, whatever. And it occurs to me that actually makes a lot of sense, because he's been out of the office presumably all day Thursday, all day Friday. If there's anything he needs for the weekend, really 2 o'clock-ish is the first chance he's had to be in the office, because he got home from New York City, went straight to was it the hillside that he and Brian Albert went to eat. So they got back, went straight to the hillside, then went straight to the waterfall, then straight to the Albert home. So it's like, if he had stuff in the office he needed for the weekend, that was his first chance. So that actually makes sense. He was Boston sober.
Was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there, so it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff, and there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective.
When he mentions his sister, he absolutely sounds emotional.
Who also had access there, but I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an officer desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrived back in Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert.
So Charlestown, Brian Albert. Brian Albert's a Boston police officer, not a Canton police officer. So they stop in Boston for Brian Albert's job.
And Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because
It's
of the storm, is that
wild.
fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went.
I mean, Vince, you bring it up. Here in Utah, just as an example, we have the federal district court, District of Utah, one district for the entire state. It's not like California that has 4 districts. I think New York has 4 districts. Illinois, 2 or 3. I know Chicago's Northern District. But here in Utah, we just have the one district, but there is a federal judge down in St. George because it's a long fucking drive from southern Utah up to Salt Lake. They don't have a federal courthouse in St. George. They rent a courtroom in the Washington County courthouse. So, federal court, federal judge held in the county courthouse because it makes sense. Whereas up here in Salt Lake, we have, I think, 3 federal magistrate judges and 4 or 5 district court judges and about the same number of senior judges, meaning they still hear cases, but they're old. The federal system is weird, that whole lifetime tenure thing. At some point, most federal judges are like, yeah, I'm a senior judge now, fill my seat, but they still hear cases. So, yeah. So we do have the Borg Cube, the new federal courthouse, which I mentioned opened like a week before I started my U.S. Attorney internship. When I did my SEC internship, the local SEC office is in the federal courthouse, as opposed to in the federal building. Of course, the old federal courthouse is now the bankruptcy court, and they're doing a massive, expensive renovation of it, which some people don't like, but it's such a neat building. It would be a real shame to lose it. It's, you know, it wouldn't be out of place in Washington, D.C., you know, with the grand columns and everything. And the ceremonial courtroom in there is really neat, all wood paneling and, you know, ornate, just absolutely gorgeous. I've been toying with the idea of writing sort of a more accurate Law and Order type show. I'd try to rent that courtroom as the main courtroom set just because it's gorgeous. But yeah, they're in the remodel though, because the bankruptcy court is small. They're remodeling it to put a bunch of agencies in, like Department of Interior, I think, and stuff. So, and no.
Back to the Canton Police Department where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone?
Hey, I remembered. It was the hillside. So,
did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
Because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I.
So traveling to New York, he's on duty. It's a paid trip because, you know, it's the whole law enforcement band of brothers thing. Home, going bar hopping, you're not on duty.
I had been at a funeral, but, you know, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work in the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, or what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
Was
And
it
the plow that
lifted?
you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And
That makes sense because a Wrangler is tall, but it's a small vehicle in the grand scheme of things.
how often would you have, was that like a year-round thing, or how often, when about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And
That's it, Kevin. I keep thinking, you know, if I can ever afford it, I want to move up the mountains. And it, you know, if I were to, let's say, get a property up Little Cottonwood Canyon or Big Cottonwood up by Brighton, it's like, would a plow on a truck be enough when you're getting 400 inches of snow in a year? Because, you know, I looked at a listing and they showed in the garage, they had, you know, it was basically a tractor with a big industrial snow blower on it, because that's a lot of snow.
so you go to the hillside. Do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there, and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so, and then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
I guess when you're Irish, you've got to get that Jameson. I hope it was Canada's dry ginger ale, not that Schweppes swill. I mean, Schweppes is fine. It has more of a ginger taste than Canada Dry. It's just Canada Dry is better. He probably wasn't engaged in the weight loss challenge, so no need for Crystal Light. And maybe it's Vernon's I'm thinking, with more ginger taste. Either way, as you've seen on streams, because frankly, most of the soda I've consumed on streams has been Canada Dry. It's just, it's the top ginger ale for me.
Which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
I like it. Jingle ale. I don't usually comment on spelling mistakes since I just assume it's autocorrect. But this one made me laugh just because jingle ale.
Again, it was dark. It could have been around in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when you get to the waterfall, do you recall where in relation to the waterfall you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
It makes me angry.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time in January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jim McCabe.
The other couple, Kolakithis, or however it's pronounced.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Were you well enough acquainted with them to plan and execute and cover up a murder?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the
Nope.
course of?
No, it was a good time.
That.
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, have you seen Ms. Reed in the court?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the way.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
I like that. Most witnesses, can you tell us where she is or an article of clothing? And it's always, she's over there. This time it's, she's between Jackson and Yannetti, the little fucks. And I think fuck is the most versatile word in the English language.
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to occasions, as far as would there be occasions?
But were they open to a throuple? Please say no, because if a thruple's involved, Mike's going to start streaming this too.
Typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this, as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you?
And I'm wondering if they keep bringing up this, oh, she brought a glass from McCarthy's to the waterfall. Is that the glass that was found under John at 34 Fairview? Like, or did one of them, I should say, smuggle a glass out of the waterfall as well?
You make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point,
I tried, but I failed to not make the obvious joke here about putting more arson to something. But yeah,
did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the waterfall?
Sustained.
Are you familiar?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regards to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
did it have a logo on it? Was it just a different shape?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, then you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this
It was, hey, baby, you want to get together and murder Johnny later tonight?
point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
At this time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
Do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well.
And do you recall the event as far as that text message or why you had sent that?
To be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
With her boyfriend
Now,
there.
Around midnight or so,
Or,
when
sorry,
you leave the waterfall. Well, I'm sorry.
Sorry. The purchaser of her nanny babysitting services was there.
Let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there
Yes.
around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, it was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the
Maybe. He's the one that flirted with her. We're assuming might have been more. I don't know. All I know is he's here now. So That's just payment wasn't money. Babysitter with benefits. I don't know.
Invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
The party in the
And are you
backyard.
familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time, about midnight or so when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And
Bud
the
Light.
defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so, with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
That's my kind of smart ass. It's like, I was being a smart ass, so I did him a solid.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked.
Okay.
72.
Okay,
So some discussion, but he says by the mailbox. That aligns with someone else's testimony. I can't remember if it was Matt or Jen. Other people don't remember seeing the Jeep there, but you know, if they're not looking for it, they're not looking for it, and memories are funny things. But one of the McCabe's, at the very least, testified that the Jeep was in front of the mailbox. So that's the owner of the Jeep as well. I have not, Kevin.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
May I approach on?
yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer just there. So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in the photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
Imagine that, JT Davis. Imagine that. All of the grand factual sweeping statements have been bullshit so far, so why shouldn't the Brian Higgins flipped also be bullshit? And Kfar, good to see you.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointing in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or passenger side?
So the passenger side would be
I mean, he's a fundamentally dishonest moron with delusions of grandeur. But yeah, he is a moron.
Closest to the house.
So you're parked along in front of the house or with the traffic, correct?
Yes.
I mean, you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert.
I don't know if they entered before me or if I entered after them. That's the same thing.
Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area, and I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the first plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yeah.
Well, yes,
Yeah, and Karen would have had to find a different place to murder him and, you know, blame everyone but herself, allegedly. One thing, though, well, two things. You know, some of the free Karen Reed crowd is like, what kind of police officer is Brian Albert? He didn't have security cameras. Blah. And it's like, yeah, he didn't have security cameras specifically so that 15 years after moving into the house, he could conspire to murder a friend. Because that makes sense. But the second thing is, like, you know, I've mentioned my parents have a Airbnb rental. I don't know that it's specifically Ring. Like, it's not a Ring doorbell, just the security cameras, and it's outside because, you know, Airbnb, you don't put cameras inside, but kind of want to be alerted if there's too many people arriving, indicating a party or something, so that we can march down the street and yeet them. But watching this, you know, one thought that's gone through my head is, you know, I really need to get Ring cameras on this house because, like, in general, I don't think I have ever really needed them because, I mean, Salt Lake City is a safe city and I'm in a, you know, good part of Salt Lake City. But even the bad parts of Salt Lake City are the good parts of most, you know, better than the good parts of most cities, crime-wise. You know, there is petty crime, but just the same, it's like, you know, if Brian Albert did have Ring cameras, we wouldn't be here today. It's a whole lot of hassle that can be avoided having a Ring camera. And I'm thinking, yep, it's time. It's time to get them. So, and yeah, it's, you know, watching for public safety. And when I say watching for public safety, I mean watching you make fun of for public safety, because why would I watch him? You know, you think, my God, how conspiratorially stupid can one person get? And then you remember, no, he's just loud about it. There are a lot of for public safety-esque morons. Just lots of them are quiet about it. So, and that's it. When I say ring, I'm not necessarily talking about ring specifically, just video surveillance, motion activated video surveillance. So
I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So we had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see people that you
Agreed.
described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door.
although watching Dummy Kruger make fun of for public safety is also worthwhile. So
So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Elbert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Elbert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say. And
do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what if any familiarity or what if any background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described?
wait. I was unaware that a grunt and a jarhead could be friends. Conspiracy.
That was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had.
Between 12:30 and 1. What time did Nagel show up? The brother and his girlfriend and friend? Like 12:15-ish? Because he might have left before John was hit if it was right at 12:30. But let's say it is right at 12:30. Let's just say, trying to piece this together. If there's anyone from the Free Karen Reed crowd in here right now, pay attention. This is me playing devil's advocate, offering an alternative theory to Karen Reed. It's possible if he left at 12:30, Karen Reed might have pulled away at 12:29. You know, she either when she stopped at the flagpole or just beyond it, John might have got out one of those stops. Karen pulls off, and Higgins accidentally hits him with the plow. Like, the timeline could work if he left at 12:30. Of course, he said between 12:30 and 1, but you know, it's possible. Of course, the free Karen Reed crowd is going to find some way to say I'm biased for that, theory. I don't know how, but they'll find a way, I'm sure.
So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that,
Probably. I'm just, like I said, I'm just, spitballing. Because he wouldn't necessarily be going fast enough to destroy him. But of course, the injuries, if it's the plow, to me, are from about a foot off the ground to 3 feet off the ground, assuming the plow blade is about 2 feet tall, driving with it about a foot off the ground. And so you'd expect that to be the focus of the injuries. Of course, hit by a plow, he could go over and hit his arm and head on the, front of the Jeep above the plow. Possibly. But I doubt it. I'm just saying, timing-wise, it's a possibility. Not a very good possibility, but it's just there. And that's it. At least one of the first to leave. So
that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No.
Did you go upstairs at any time?
No.
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
No.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there,
breezeway, so the friends and family door, not the front door, the one closest to the garage.
Similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody.
So Julie Nagel, her brother, probably arrived while he was still there.
That you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the window, the door, or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
Of course, is it definitive that it was 2 o'clock he arrived at the police station? Because I don't remember if the sergeant gave an exact time or just a rough estimate. I think I said 2-ish at the beginning of the stream, but I said that thinking he left about the same time as the McCabe's and Caitlin Albert. So unless Sergeant Good testified he was there at 12:30, or at 2, we don't know for sure what time, because it might have been 12:45, 1 o'clock, 1:30. I just, as I said, at the beginning of this stream, I said 2 o'clock, but that was on incomplete information. I didn't have his testimony, and just trying to remember 2 weeks ago. Didn't remember the exact time.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time, over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house?
Yes.
In addition to my discussion about getting ring-type security cameras, I also, like, other things have made me think I really just need to get dash cam for the cars. But then I get lazy and forget. But it's like, if some of these people had time-stamped dash cams, we might not be here today.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall any?
But why are you covering up a murder for someone you don't know? Yeah, I'd like to get a few sponsorships. Really, the sponsorship I need is Keeps, just because I have a hilarious ad. Like, I haven't shot it yet because, you know, they've got to pay me to do it. But I have a hilarious script for a Keeps ad that, yeah, it would be a classic. Let's just say it's about robot legs and robot hair.
Anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before,
And actually those Lumi deodorants, whatever, you know, I can make a few good jokes about those too. You know, if they can keep the top of my socket from smelling like ass, they'll keep you smelling good too.
as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was the
Yes.
snow sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now,
Tends to stick to the grass before it sticks to the concrete or asphalt.
front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called a fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
Yeah. Even if you feel you're doing a good deed, you're not supposed to be plowing city streets with your private plow. It's just not the way you do things.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard.
Maybe Kanye West should drive plows because he loves fish sticks.
I reached down to find out. I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic base.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And
So I guess in theory, if it's 2 feet up and 18 inches to 2 feet in height itself, the blade, that could cause the injuries, not to the head, but,
as you're pulling away from the house, where's your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton police station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipate.
well, it's 6'8" wide, but to me, 18 or 24 inches high sounds about right. But I'm not a plow expert.
Staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me as a courtesy. I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it.
All right. There's an explanation. Why did he go middle of the night back to the police station? I was theorizing, well, he's been gone for multiple days. If he needs to pick up case files for the weekend. But no, it was snowing, and I didn't want Chief Berkowitz chewing out my ass for making it harder to plow the parking lot. That makes sense. He's got his personal Jeep, personal truck, work truck, and surveillance vehicle. So surveillance vehicle for ATF, I'm assuming, is like a, 1990 Grand Am, and we don't kink shame. I just assume he didn't want Berkowitz to be the one chewing out his ass. I think that's what Karen Reed was for. Maybe.
I also know they plow through the night, so that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton police station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door, and then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want parked, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that?
Yeah, you don't want to have the surveillance vehicle associated as a police vehicle. You want to have it be incognito, surprise, blend in.
The typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the Sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. Walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take it back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the Sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch. Is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those are
Did you take a path to avoid the cameras?
generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at certain times?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 or 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and eat.
Looking at him, I absolutely believe he had 4 or 5 meals that day.
Either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you look at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, who was calling you with that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
So the chief is in on the conspiracy.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other.
He called to say, "Why the hell are your cars in the middle of the parking lot? You're supposed to park in a parking space."
So I just kind of blew it, like, "Why are you calling me this early?" Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you
That first part of the question would have been fine. What did you learn? That's fine. What did he tell you? That's hearsay.
receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
No, Vince, because a Bloody Mary would have been, a little too soon.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house,
So all this talk about the weather. So here in Utah, I've mentioned, what winter is like up in the mountains. They just started clearing Mirror Lake Highway up in the Uintas. It's a seasonal road, closed in November, open soon. But they just started clearing it. And there's 6 feet of snow on the road for them to clear. And it's end of May, 6 feet of snow on the road. It's just wild to me. So it's probably going to take them 2 weeks and then the highway will be open.
who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the kitchen, same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
And as far as the house when you come in, sort of the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught
And did you know why they were distraught?
because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, you can ask.
Compound.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house, do you recall any sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was,
Objection.
Just that.
Okay.
Next question, Mr. Lilly.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
less than an hour.
And the fact that there is a conversation isn't hearsay. It's his observation. What was said in that conversation is probably hearsay. The topic of the conversation, not necessarily.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not, bless you, do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
I'll allow it.
And wait, what's the objection to, do you recall if you went to the police station that day? That's not objectionable. But as far as, not remembering where he parked that morning, not remembering, did I go home first or did I go to the police station first? It's like, he could possibly be in shock. He could be, basically sleepwalking through the day in shock, and so details would be fuzzy, and it makes sense. But it's not leading, because he said, I'm not sure if I went home or to the police station. And so this isn't Lolly suggesting he went to the police station. It's okay, so you either went home or to the police station. Did you go to the police station at some point? So it's not leading because it's a clarifying question. And so, and that's true, Linz. They absolutely could try to suggest that, but if I'm Higgins and they try that, I'd be like, yeah, I was in shock. I wasn't. I was maybe a little tipsy. Maybe shouldn't have been driving up that night, but I wasn't in shock then. So it wasn't a fog.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes.
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day. Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him.
So had met him professionally, ATF, the F firearms. So they'd worked on a gun recovery.
And as far as you mentioned, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
So, yeah, I've probably dealt with everyone at some point within the state police in that division because it's the job. Don't socialize with them, but, professionally, it's the job.
Now, when you met with him on this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
No.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right? Or if you
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendants.
And how did you, in what sort of,
And were those text messages subpoenaed? Was there a warrant? Or did you provide those texts voluntarily?
format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies. And I believe that the format would be the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you
So they didn't
generated
clone
these
your
from your phone?
I consulted a coworker. It's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that?
So he consulted his friend for tech support, not legal advice, presumably.
I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement.
And why was it that you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No, exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Mechanic in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when.
And that's it. You know, with me, you know, I don't typically delete texts, but sometimes a new text string or whatever is formed, be it a group chat or, you know, single, and I just don't scroll through looking for it. And it just, you know, switching phones, sometimes it's all carried through, sometimes it hasn't. And it's like, I haven't deleted anything, but I can't guarantee everything's there because, yeah, you know, 10 years worth of texts or whatever, you know.
I captured everything is exactly, it is what it is. Everything that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
And as far as when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Now, may I approach the witness?
So they asked if you were intimate with John O'Keefe. Or a throuple. Or something, I don't know.
Yes.
Of course. Well, I guess it's approach, not a bench conference, just providing the texts.
Thank you.
So presumably she'll presumably shortly be giving the jury the same admonishment about text messages as she's given multiple times. You're assuming that she's not the bread in that sandwich. You know, maybe she's kinky like that and has a strap on. She could have been the top of that throuple.
Sure, I'm going to show you two documents. One, it's 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. You can just look at those. Familiarize yourself with them. Look up when
Of course, it being Karen Reed, it could be she had them do their thing and, you know, she was the dominatrix with the whip off to the side, just in control.
you recognize what those are, sir?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Sure. Oh, my apologies. You recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce them.
56 pages of text with Karen Reed. No spoilers, of course, but just from what little I saw on Discord this morning, on the Masshole Discord, apparently we're going to have a fun time with these texts. I don't know the contents, but I think we're going to have a fun time, and we're going to have to fight to be mature adults today. We're going to lose that fight, of course, but, you know.
Okay, so we'll do them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one. Okay.
May I return both of those to the...
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's marked as Exhibit 103. And is that the communications, or text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And so if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
Does he need a flashlight? Does he need to borrow Yanetti's reading glasses? Or is it just a poor printout?
So he's out and he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you.
Oh, he's got his own readers.
So with reference to, there's some conversation on the bottom of that last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 20?
Oh, he likes the Patriots and the Crimson Tide. Ew.
28th and the 29th. How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
so that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, Yeah, with a text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference,
Okay, so Kfar, I know you're a hockey fan, a Red Wings fan. Have you seen the name suggestions for the Utah hockey team? And if so, which name do you think should be selected?
to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you would offer to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch it?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now,
I guess, yeah, January 13th-ish, that would be last game of the season, right around, might be playoffs. So, I mean, Mammoth could work. Like, I wasn't going to give my preferences until I heard yours. The Yeti, to me, Utah Yeti, works. But, as some people have pointed out, the Colorado Avalanche have a Yeti as their mascot, so that might not. But my second choice, I think the Utah Outlaws, because lean into the Wild West heritage. Butch Cassidy's from Beaver, Utah. His gang roamed Utah. And yeah, some of them are very bad. The Utah Ice, that's just dumb.
in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
And so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe?
And if they were to brand it as Salt Lake instead of Utah, although I believe one of the conditions for state money to renovate the Delta Center is it has to be the Utah team, not the Salt Lake team. But Salt Lake Sasquatch, I think, would work just as well as Utah Yetis. But it would have to be Salt Lake Sasquatch for the alliteration. So.
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when that?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, I never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
And as far as the Currans are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interactions did you have with his nephew?
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
If I can see that.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
So I would direct your attention to, right about there, which says Sunday, January 16th. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And that indicates about 9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you know, if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. I'm not sure who's saying that.
TF, is that the fuck?
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning, but I'm not sure who was saying that.
And what, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit?
Anger problems? Or is that from drinking Hennessy instead of Jameson and ginger ale?
And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that?
And then
the conversation?
It appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I missed, did they give the timestamp on that one or just Saturday the 29th? Because they discussed the date. I must have missed the exact timestamp. Unless they gave it enough and I was still caught up on January 29th and I'm like, wait, he was dead by then. So.
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and.
All right, let's zoom through this because who wants to stare at her? I mean, Turtle Boy wants to stare at her, but I don't. Ooh, looks like that bench conference turned into the morning break. And that's the jury getting up to walk out. We'll go there.
You are unmuted.
Thank you.
What is that session need to see?
So while the jurors are coming in, why don't I see counsel?
Of course. Of course. Because, you can't see counsel before you get the jury. Don't do that to me, Vince. That's why we do it at 1 1/4 speed. Because that way you factor in me, and it's only 6.5 hours to go. Very near disaster with the Fanta there.
Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the.
Okay, no, I'm going right here. Want to hear this full admonishment.
And Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yes, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay.
So once again, can't use this to say, oh yeah, she was cheating on Johnny with Brian Higgins, therefore she's a bad person, therefore she's a murderer. You can't do that. But you can say, well, we think she might have actually wanted to get with Brian Higgins, but didn't want to go through the hassle of breaking up with Johnny, therefore motive. You can do that. You can't say, oh yeah, because of this she's a bad person, therefore she's guilty. So yeah.
All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting for you now a separate series of documents, about 115 pages in length. Page number gives you references on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
103A.
103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103. So it should be right.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with exhibit 104.
And that's, you've got to give them the text in their original format, but if giving them a transcript isn't evidence per se, but as long as you give them both so they can compare the transcript to the originals, that could be okay. And that explains the long break here. And as far as 103A, 104A, it's you can have multiple exhibits under the same number if they're all related. You can have 104 A, B, C, D, whatever. So exhibit numbering is an art form.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish this on screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1.
All right, buckle up, probably.
Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes,
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
January 12th, 2022. So 16, 17 days earlier, she's calling herself. Well, is she calling herself the weed whacker, or is the Smirnoff Ice screwdriver the weed whacker? But either way, Smirnoff Ice screwdriver. As you know, I'm not a drinker. I do know this would be a Karen Reed drink as opposed to a Brian Albert drink or Brian Higgins drink, presumably.
And prior to that, had you had her number, or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No,
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022.
no, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes,
And from the text
Oh.
before you,
And I missed that. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. Question mark. Smirnoff Ice screwdriver. Yo! And that's it. You know, if I were a drinker, frankly, it would be the fruity drinks just because who cares if it's manly as long as it's delicious? And, you know, strawberries are delicious. Citrus is delicious. You know, I mean, orange is delicious.
and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
the blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles will be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes,
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's weed whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the weed whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
and
Interesting.
how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if any?
I mean, to me, the weed whacker seems like a nickname that's given as opposed to adopted yourself. Because to me, it sounds unflattering. But I don't know.
Anything transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant.
I mean, if this is what it takes to get a nickname, Higgins could be Mr. Plow. Because, you know, there wouldn't be anything sexual about that.
Gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
So my husband's a Boston cop. Once again, they were unmarried, but in the ambulance, she was saying, he's my husband. He's my husband. Oh my God, is he dead? So sounds like she used it somewhat interchangeably there too.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
Well, that's poor planning.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
You know, I believe they are. That's why I hesitate. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
Well, don't apologize if Lolly put them in a weird place. But yeah, she definitely doesn't have her usual demeanor at the moment. She's definitely in a stare down, not just trying to look aloof.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, ha ha ha.
Presumably the Hilly being the hillside.
How did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lito show. I said, ha ha. I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, ha ha again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what? With a bunch of question marks. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question marks?
Presumably Kerry being Kerry Roberts.
And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
No idea who
As far as
Melissa
in those
is.
communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lito show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
All right. So not Kerry Roberts, different Kerry. He's probably seen
Now,
them.
if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, copy that page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, it just indicates whom is speaking.
But even if he has seen them, he's definitely, we saw him leaning forward onto the rail and head turned to the screen. So he's definitely watching intently.
Speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I prefer weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale, it's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too, always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville.
I guess, Fort Lauderdale, since Higgins himself has a house down the Cape.
Next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head.
Ooh.
You guys should come.
Sounds like a good
As far as
time.
either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
And once again, I think just since they're talking about Florida, I think it's a good time for a reminder that Florida is America's wing. So says Homer Simpson, so says me.
And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
Ew.
And again, sir, if you could read
That looks like misuse of a weed whacker. It's just something else whacker.
from that page of communication as far as people speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, "No, you're not a creep." I said, "Nope." She said, "You're kind of a loner," which I used to be. I responded, "No, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out?" And then I typed "circle of trust" in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. Let me come and if I could have that. And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who was talking.
So the defendant said, "Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young." And I responded, "He died in March of 2020. I'm so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it?" I responded,
I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them. What? I mean, reading ahead, just what?
"Cancer." Defendant responded, "I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind?" I responded, "Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18.
It's because she creeps in there after the girlfriends don't lock the door behind them.
And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, "You're funny." Defendant responded, "Yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside." I responded, "Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out." Then I said, "Who chats?" ? Defendant responded, "Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat." I responded, "That's all you got? We chat?" "Sure. You're from Brockton. Spit it out." Defendant responded, "You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door." I said, "Oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now." And then I believe it starts to say "out of rotation?" ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, "I just got a Saturday invite." The defendant said, "Did you say yes?" ? I said, "Not yet," with a bunch of periods, but did respond.
And I'm assuming, I don't have an iPhone. It's just however he formats it. I'm assuming you can turn timestamps off, just however you like your format. And since these are screenshots instead of, a phone dump, we get his preferences.
Defendant said, "What did you say, Mr. Elusive?" I responded, "No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy." The defendant responded, "We prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you." And I said, "Haha."
We prefer non-couples. Is that so that it's easier to do a throuple?
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, "John said Brian's being wishy-washy now," in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me?
All right, Kevin, there's a timestamp, right? Thursday, January 13th, 3:28 p.m.
The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people.
Most couples don't even like each other. All of them. So Karen and John didn't like each other, according to Kevin, according to Karen? Is that what we can read from her text messages with Brian Higgins? Karen and John are a couple. They don't like each other. Karen is just a babysitter with benefits. John really loved Maya's mom. Interesting.
And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
So 15-ish days before Johnny's dead, you're hot. The feeling's mutual. I'd rather you stay here at Johnny's house. I mean, if you're gonna be drunk driving, you may as well drunk drive straight to the police station, but also don't drive drunk because that's a scumbag move.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the OP's house?
I believe it was that night.
Now,
unfortunately, Kevin, dramatic readings are not usually appropriate in court.
at Mr. Oki's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it might have been the front door.
And if you know, about how long were you at Mr. Oki's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything?
Okay, she's, as you know, I don't put stock in body language analysis, but having watched her for 3 weeks now, she's really blinking a lot right now. She's not as stony-faced as usual. She's blinking a lot. So I don't put stock in body language analysis, but changes in body language, I don't know necessarily what it says, but changes to me indicate something, potentially.
Thing happened as you were exiting from Mr. Oki's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way,
Planted a kiss.
where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye?
Whoa. Stop. Don't let that hang. Planted a kiss on me. Where did she kiss you? That's important. What? Planted a kiss. Now, I get it. You know, in some cultures, it would be rude not to do the double kiss as a friend's leaving. But planted a kiss on you, where, how, what? Details.
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the
Planted a kiss while Johnny was in the bathroom.
house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
Okay, why did she tell you to go the other way? So someone wouldn't see you, so that she could give the kiss? Or what? Is it just not the door that's used? And from the looks of it, she could be. She could be. I need to get a badge, maybe. Although maybe not, because if badge bunnies are all Karen Reeds, then no.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lick your lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like a romantic kiss.
That's the way I interpreted it.
Not like a friend. That I like that answer.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Well, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? Question mark. Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I said,
I mean, Vince, to be fair, I'm oblivious too. Like, I can notice when other people have sparks, but for me, I'm just completely oblivious.
I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might.
But I think the texts were after, weren't they, Vince? I think the texts were after the kiss. So you'd think that kiss would say everything before the texts.
I don't know.
Now, that conversation, as far as you asking her about why she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before, when we were at the waterfall.
I want to see the date stamps on all of them just to put them in chronological order in my head.
That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe, were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as...
So 9 days out of 17, they were texting.
As far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28. And again, sir, if you could.
Now, I realize the saying is somewhat crude, but this is a good example of bros before hoes. Like, just don't. Like, even if you think they're about to break up, don't. If they just broke up, don't. John's your friend. Don't. Bros before hoes. Just don't. Of course, maybe Karen killed John because of bros before hoes. Maybe we're going to see a text that, Karen says, I really like you. I'm going to break up with John. And Brian responds, yeah, I can't do that. John's my friend. It would be, even if you break up, it would be wrong. And her solution is, well, it wouldn't be wrong for you to be dating his grieving girlfriend. So that could be motive. Bros before hoes could be the motive. But I don't know.
Read from that page.
So I'm in the blue bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes.
And that's what I said, Kevin, on Wednesday and earlier today. I don't believe the Alberts and McCabe's and Kolokithis and Proctors and firefighter McLaughlin and Sergeant Seraph and all and sundry are all in on this elaborate conspiracy. But, I can easily put together that Brian Higgins and Karen Reed are like, yeah, let's get rid of John so we can be together. So a conspiracy between just the two of them, hey, that's easy to sell. I'm not saying it is the case, but it's a lot easier to sell than the plot that the morons are trying to sell. And that's it. If presumably he'd be pleading the fifth if he were an actual suspect. We haven't seen all the texts. We haven't seen all the evidence. Presumably, Prosecutor Lawley has. Presumably, we haven't heard it, but if Brian Higgins is smart, like his friend Brian Albert, he has his own attorney who has said, yeah, testify. You're good. You're not a suspect. So, yeah, Karen knows what her texts are.
Agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside, for your sure.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29.
And Mr. Higgins, ATF agent Higgins, needs to learn the difference between your and you are. Ooh.
If I could ask you to read.
He probably is a co-conspirator since he can't English. to quote Radical.
From that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark. Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
I bet he liked reading that on the witness stand. And I think you're hot. She thinks I'm hot. But I feel like you're from my neighborhood. So she feels like he's from not the blue collar Canton. What does that mean?
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30.
I wouldn't like it.
If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
But that's why we say, before you hit send, think, how would this look reading in court, years later? I saw a little bit of his cope, that was posted in the Discord. He's not happy, but he's trying to put on the brave face like, yeah, we knew about this.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention, to the next page, 31, and ask you to read from that.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will.
Well, she wants him to bed her. And yeah, Vince, I think you are right that no, I'm going to take that back. I'm not going to comment. Yeah.
Give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the.
Are you saying that Kevin or Brian Higgins called her mommy when he bedded her?
Defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you. What did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And
But then I thought better of it, Vince.
if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32. If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark.
Balls in your court. Not going to make the obvious joke about that, of course.
Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 33. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark.
We're single. Karen says we're single. Okay. Johnny chopped liver.
Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
So, piecing all this together, you know, New Year's-ish, we have the Sullivan incident in Aruba. We have the Sullivan incident in Aruba, and 2 weeks later we have the we're both single. We can hook up. Johnny doesn't matter. And then 2.5 weeks later, John's dead. And this could be hurting the prosecutor's jealousy motive, but it might not either because we haven't seen all the texts. But it's also, you know, possessive, jealous lovers sometimes are also the cheaters. So it could be, yeah, it's fine if I date around, but he's mine. He cannot flirt with anyone else. I can, he can't. I mean, it's straight out of the abuser's handbook, frankly. So it could hurt the jealousy motive, but it also could end up bolstering it. I don't know yet.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded.
But once again, it could be she was looking for the next batter up, but due to the bro code, bros before hoes, she had to completely get rid of Johnny to move on to his friend, because otherwise the friend not be fully committed because it's his friend's ex. So
When? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever. When works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded, me too, ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35, and the last, or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon, some type of
smiley.
Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
Some type of mark. In the US, we call that a parenthesis. In England, you'd call it a bracket.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36. And if you could, please read from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put
I mean, we kissed, you kissed me. And his question, are you going home tonight or tomorrow night or tomorrow morning? Meaning, are you going back to Mansfield? Are you not going to be with Johnny tomorrow so that we can, have a little fun?
question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face.
I must have missed that, Kevin. But Hillside was the bar they met at. So hot for Hillside low comps? No idea.
What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
I was happy before Aruba, but now things have deteriorated.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, why? Question mark. How
Well, I mean, he's asking the questions, Vince, because as far as he knew, she's happy with John. Been with him for 2 years.
so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seemed very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded,
Maybe.
no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great. With another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him.
So it sounds like, breaking into this before he finishes reading, sounds like she didn't buy the story that, it was a big brother hug, because he was all over her. So in spite of Karen apparently apologizing by trying to pay for part of Ms. Sullivan's room, apparently she didn't believe them. It's been an argument for 2 weeks, probably. But this could be motive. I'm very close to his niece. It's a very fucked up situation. They break up. She never sees the niece again. John tragically dies, and she can still have her maternal bond with the niece. She doesn't get to raise her, but gets to stay in her life. That could be motive. That could be motive. If I broke up with him, he never would have let me see the niece again. Of course, you're arrested for his murder, you'll never see the niece again either. But, it's a tragic accident. Why did somebody hit him? You might see the niece again. That's motive.
In the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person? Did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, "Did they bang?" ? The defendant responded, "Does that matter?" ? I said, "Sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out."
Did they bang? Subtle.
Defendant responded, "It doesn't really matter." I said, "Okay, I won't ask again." Defendant said, "I don't care," with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, "Okay, hear you loud and clear."
Of course, Johnny can't hear her side of the text conversation. They called, Johnny could hear, at least initially. Not if they're alone.
Karen. Defendant responded, "Okay." I responded, "Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions?" Then I typed on. Defendant responded, "I'm not. I am?" ? I responded, "You're kind of getting defensive." Defendant responded, "Not at all," with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 46. Ask you to read from that.
Defendant is in gray. She said, "We did kiss earlier, no," with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, "I think you initiated that, no?" ? Defendant said, "Yup. Do I owe you an apology?" ? I said, "OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive?" Defendant responded, "I'm not." I responded, "Kinda." There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. "What do you want from me?" ? I responded, "What's on the table?" ? Defendant said, "What do you want ideally?" ? I responded, "The real deal." Defendant responded, "It doesn't exist."
And that response came on Sunday the 16th, the next day. The real deal doesn't exist.
Thank you, sir.
So, Gray Duck, this is Brian Higgins. Karen started texting him about January 12th or 13th. He went to Johnny's house to watch a Patriots game, played video games with the nephew, and while John was in the bathroom, Karen kissed Brian as he was leaving. And the way Brian described it as, "She didn't kiss me as a friend." And yeah.
Direct your attention to page 57, sir. And ask you to read from that.
Boy, Paul O'Keefe is pissed. That's an unhappy man.
It starts off in blue. I said, "I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape." Defendant responded, "Which base down the Cape? Which branch?" I said, "Army's Army." Defendant said, "I'm not abnormally sensitive." I responded, "Joy Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you." Defendant responded, "OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad." I responded, "I was just playing with you." Defendant responded, "You weren't, but that's okay." I responded, "Stop being sensitive, please." Defendant responded, "I'm not."
Now, sir, in reference,
Well, it's Johnny was a Boston police officer, so, Canton police are fine.
in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, "I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms," with kind of an emoji. I responded, "More than..."
No, Kevin, she tracked down his number. She got it from the, Kimberly show or whatever it was at the hillside. So she tracked down his number.
"More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark?" Defendant said, "I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot." I responded, "A lot, why, question mark?" Defendant responded, I then said, "Do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark?" Defendant responded, "Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids." I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship." Defendant.
So I never wanted kids, but I'm a babysitter with benefits. I never wanted kids, but, I'm real close with his niece. Just all sorts of contradictions.
Responded, "Everyone is happy at the hillside."
If I could direct your attention to the next page 61 and ask you to read from that.
No, Kevin, that was her text. That was her text to him.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said, "Everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point." I responded, "Oh God, you avoid things." Defendant responded, "It's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues." I responded, "I think he believes he is doing the right thing." Defendant responded, "Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister." I responded back, "I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single."
Okay, I hope the kids don't see these texts. Because whether it's true or not, their Uncle Johnny loved them. Their Uncle Johnny stepped the fuck up. Fuck you, Karen. Fuck you.
To being a dad, it's hard. Then I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids."
If I could ask you to turn to the next page 62 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, "I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids." Defendant responded, "I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy."
Okay. They're very spoiled. Yet Johnny didn't like you spoiling them.
"On NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me." I responded, "What did he exactly do, question mark?" Defendant responded, "I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids," with an emoji. I responded, "Why don't you tell me, question mark?" Defendant responded, "He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse, not sure." I responded, "Oh God, did they bang?"
And ask you to turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, "Did they bang, question mark?" Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, "I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere, without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me."
So he was a puddle all day, but he was in the pool watching the Alabama game drinking. So it was a football day.
More than him actually cheating. They are constant and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
Oh, now it's babe.
If I can turn your attention to the next page, 64, ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink, question mark. I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Okay, I rarely get my way. There's a lot of subtext in that. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation, is that something that occurred on one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
Very bitter. Yeah.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74, and you read from that.
Defendant said, are you single, question mark. I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? Question mark, question mark. I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? Question mark. Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't.
And on vacay, so like she was begging him to go to Fort Lauderdale?
It should say you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Question mark, question mark. I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Question mark. Usually do it when they do live with, do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct you to page 77. And ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, I could go on, but I do not want to pump. It should say your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside. I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places. The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another.
Did the ring catch her kissing him, or was that like still inside the door enough that wouldn't have caught the kiss, but would have caught the camera, or the microphone would have caught the flirt on her voice as he walks away? And yeah, Paul O'Keefe looks furious. He, like, even in the darkened room, he's red. He's very red. And that's awkward. What's that from? Where the robot? Awkward.
Emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? Question mark, question mark. And I said, OMG, great.
If I could turn your attention to the next page.
So Johnny asking Karen, what, are you and Higgins hooking up? So the relationship clearly is in a bad place.
78, sir.
I responded, I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me. Defendant responded, I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on?
Well, there you go, K-Far. She's a hockey fan too, presumably. I don't know why she'd like the Bruins other than proximity, but yeah, I know where the cameras are. I wouldn't kiss you where, yeah.
There with some question marks. Defendant responded, course not.
Exactly.
I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too.
And K-Far, you'll be happy to know that prior to Utah getting a team, the Red Wings have always been my team for hockey. No other Detroit or Michigan team has been my team, but the Red Wings always have been. So,
defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
is that concern on her face talking to Jackson?
I said, it was fun. Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed the drink somewhere, so I'm all set with that's, and then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool, so right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
90?
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been through.
Carp
And if I can
DM.
direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark. I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark. I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark. Probably, are you having a drink right now, question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
A screwdriver
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
or weed whacker.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I can now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
I mean, I have absolutely no game, and even I know this is pretty terrible.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way. And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? Question mark, question mark.
If I could direct your attention to page 107. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will, a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
In this page that you just read, as well as some of these successive pages, after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from?
Okay. The robot that goes awkward that I referenced a few minutes ago, that's the funny bot from South Park. That's what it was.
A friend out in Boston.
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened
in Maine, nude in a hot tub in Maine.
When she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk?
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of it wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked.
Bros before hoes. And I've only glanced at the Discord, but I think they were having fun. There was definitely a lot of chatter.
And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening,
right,
or at any
Dad.
other points, at any other point in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, were there any other sort of intimate contacts beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over Ms. Rookie's house?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and this is an uncomfortable situation. It's just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, turning.
I think most people get weird vibes from Karen Reed. Except Turtle Boy, because he's the weird vibe there.
Lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been.
So Friday at the waterfall, well, and then John died. Now we can fuck.
Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her. Is that correct?
yes.
And then
And my guess is, as everyone's testified, they seemed fine. Lovey-dovey. Everything's right in the John and Karen universe. So, well, I thought you were unhappy. I thought you were throwing yourself at me.
the next text communication is the following day or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication and what is it?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take this. Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, can you recall that?
I do.
Well, how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview?
She looks almost remorseful. Almost.
Where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant.
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
but I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside a curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I mean, I saw a local news, Boston news headline. I didn't read the article, but yesterday from the Karen Reed defense lawyers saying there would be fireworks in court today with Brian Higgins on the stand. I think the prosecution brought the fireworks.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Looking down her nose. Well practiced. But that's enough of staring at her. Let's.
I traveled to the.
Oops. That was a little too far.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr.
And may I mention once again, the venomous hatred I have for Alan Jackson.
Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide
Fuck you.
investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Violation.
Because the Fifth Amendment. Because it's smart. Because shut the fuck up and get an attorney. Fuck you, Jackson.
I should say.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
Don't know where he physically. Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
But once again, it doesn't matter to him. He knew it would be objected and sustained. He didn't care about the answer. He wanted to get out. Well, you're a co-conspirator. That's why you have an attorney, isn't it? Because that's what mattered, not the answer. Not the answer. And as I mentioned, when I started today, when I was pulling up the stream, it was already on cross-examination. And that comment that I made, that observation from the Law and Crime chat, where someone, wow, 99.9% objection sustained, bias much? That's why it's 99.9% sustained. He's asking grossly inappropriate questions. Of course they get sustained.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're
Where did he say he was watching Tully? He said Tully was there. He didn't say he was watching Tully. You're putting words in his mouth again, jackass.
you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything have to do with this case?
Oh, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to state police.
You want to maybe approach for a second?
Yes.
Did I catch that right? He handed something to Tully that he had received some form of harassment. You opened the door, Jackson. You opened the door to the harassment. You opened the door. Remember that. So when on redirect, Mr. Lally asks, what was it you gave to Mr. Tully, to Investigator Tully? What kind of harassment was it that Jackson opened the door to? And that's it. Sometimes you object to disrupt the flow. Sometimes such ridiculous questions are being asked that you object, and they're all sustained. It's, as I've said, the moron on YouTube that's doing videos about statistics from this trial, it's garbage in, garbage out. Because not all objections are the same. Not all, questions are the same. Not all observations are the same. Not everyone's looking at the same thing. It's garbage in, garbage out. And he never left the barn by the look of it, because he's a jackass. And that's not a play on his name, Jackson. It's just he's a jackass. I thoroughly dislike him. Because baseball and court is the same thing. I say with as much sarcasm as I can muster. Let's see. We're almost done. I'm not gonna guess. That's a weird sleeve. It's like the liner. Yeah, I don't like that sleeve. I don't think I'd like it on anyone else either, though. So the free Karen Reed crowd can call me biased, but I don't like it on her or anyone else. Yeah, he might be used to automatic doors, so when he accidentally opens the door himself, it's, yeah, I didn't know. I don't know how doors work.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Have you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater field office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continued to...
Fugitive apprehension, Brian Albert, bail jumpers, fugitive task force, fugitive apprehension. Although he's out of the Boston police, not the Canton police, but I'd imagine they crossed paths, fugitive task forces.
to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
Did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called.
Yeah, you'll never have to open your own door, Painted Bronco, as long as little Alan Jackson is there. As long as he's wearing his heel lift so he's high enough to trigger the automatic door openers. I
think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, cross that garage, those two bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
So you couldn't get the evidence, the red Solo cups, out of the evidence room, but you had access to the Sally Port to, you know, paint blood onto the Lexus. Got it.
But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what, back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than, what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018. I'm sorry. My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am. A special agent. Yes.
What is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Or you're no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on.
How is it relevant? How is it relevant? I mean, unless this is like Brady list type stuff. So because you're a witness and, you know, we've been impugning your integrity and calling you a suspect, a co-conspirator. They pulled you out of the field as punishment to keep an eye on you, I think is what Jackson's trying to get at. So since you murdered John O'Keefe, they pulled you out of the field so that they can watch you, so that you're always on surveillance camera, just to make sure you don't go out murdering again.
You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29, 2022. You recall those dates?
I do.
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
Like a nightmare.
Um,
I like that.
John O'Keefe's
response.
body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
Funeral service. Yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before. Funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services. I just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez. Is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes.
Is it fair to
Drove alone, they flew, he drove them all back.
say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance?
Yes.
Go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise?
Retirement parties. Yes. Things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together?
Yes.
Might share a meal together, correct?
Conspiracy.
Yes.
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community?
Could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building and some.
Conspiracy. He moved his office to Canton Police Department in 2018 so that he could murder the girlfriend or murder a guy he hasn't met yet for a girl that friend won't even start dating until 2020. And you won't meet until 2022, maybe 2021, but it was all planned in 2018, moving to Canton to ingratiate himself with the Canton police before he had any idea that he'd need to do this whole grand conspiracy. because that makes sense. Or it doesn't at all, because it's ridiculous.
Capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
Yes.
You know his brother and worked with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right? Is
Well, I think that comes with working with people. Yes.
that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
He said
As a matter of fact,
yes.
You've even given.
He said yes. Go to hell. He doesn't have to answer your question the way you want him to answer. That was asked and answered.
A personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz. Yes.
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't.
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
Because Johnny O'Keefe was so well hidden on the front lawn of a cop's house. So well hidden. So, I mean, if Chief Berkowitz is the one you want, let's assume that Colin or Brian Higgins or Brian Albert or Chloe the dog or whoever did beat John to death. And Brian Higgins is there, and he knows that Chief Berkowitz is your man for hiding a body. Why did they just dump him on the front lawn instead of calling Chief Berkowitz and say, hey, we've got a body to hide? Know any good places? Yeah, just the front lawn there under the flagpole. That'd be great. That is the stupidest conspiracy ever. Once again, I'm here in Utah. I go down to Eureka to hide my bodies. For full transparency, I've never hidden a body, never had to hide a body. God willing, never will have to hide a body. But I go down to Eureka, empty mine. Except now that I keep saying Eureka, I go to some other mining district in Utah because they're all over. It's just Eureka is basically a ghost town that was the center of the Tintic mining district, it being the Tintic Mountains. You know, or as I've said, I go up to the Uintas, not this time of year, because remember I said they just started plowing the highway and there's 6 feet of snow on the highway. So that tells you how if you dump a body there in November, it's not being even thought about being found until June, because who wants to dig through 10 feet of snow through an entire mountain range? Not me.
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right.
He works with the police. You know, the police and the DAs, you know, the police catch them, the DA tries them. It's kind of a partnership. The DA and the chief kind of, you know, on the same level. They work together. Duh. But you want to work in, though, notice it's the DA, Michael Morrissey, the corrupt co-conspirator Michael Morrissey, about to be arrested by the FBI any day now, is friends with Chief Berkowitz. Therefore, you know, since Michael Morrissey, the corrupt DA, went to Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, and so did you. Therefore, conspiracy. And, you know, chief of police retirement, I don't know that judges or public defenders go to that. Bar events like state bar, you know, the Utah bar, you know, I don't go out much, so it's been a while since I've gone to any of these, but, you know, there'll be get-togethers on Wednesday night downtown at the bar or whatever. Prosecutors, defense attorneys, civil litigators, judges, you know, a judge offered to sell me his 993 Porsche 911. Don't think it was a turbo, but he mentioned it's for sale. I'm like, wait, it's a 993? Yeah, you want to buy it? Yeah, if I hadn't just graduated from law school and had money, I'd love a 993, assuming I can even drive it. But, you know, it's almost like lawyers hang out with other lawyers sometimes.
And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
Conspiracy.
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals together?
Absolutely, had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
30 to 50 times over 15 years. Like 4 times a year they drink together. Conspiracy. Wow. Just Jackson doesn't understand friendship. He really doesn't.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
Oh.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship.
Okay. So not 30 to 50 in 15 years in 2 years. Still 15 to 25 times a year when you're in close proximity, that's not unreasonable. If I did drink, you know, you know, if you include Sprite, I've drank with my friend, you know, on average 48 times a year. In the last 2 years, we haven't gone on vacation together. He's been on vacation with me. He's been on probably 5 river trips with me. Last one was in 2019. The same one my friends drove in from Minnesota. It was actually this friend here in Utah who I had only met his friend once, but she's his roommate now, so see her frequently. But she mentioned she'd like to try out the river, so planned the river trip for them, but thought, yeah, I'll invite my Minnesota friends too, because we need more than 3 people for the raft. Of course, my brother went too, because, yeah. But, you know, that with a close friend, 15 to 25 times a year isn't excessive. It isn't shocking. It isn't conspiratorial. It's just normal human behavior. We are social animals. I realize the people that Sir Sick covers would object to me saying we're social animals. We're not animals. We're made in the image of God. We're not animals. And I'm not making fun of people for being religious, just to be clear. But yeah. And that's it. You know, they probably had drinks on the 27th in New York. Had drinks. I mean, does it count as multiple occasions on the 28th? Had drinks at the hillside, had drinks at the waterfall, and then had drinks at the Alberts. Is that 3 times or is that 1? Since it's a more or less continual interaction. So it depends on how you frame things. But yeah.
A 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
Yeah, fuck you. He's answering your question.
I get it.
You keep
You also know
asking
Brian
dumb
Albert
questions.
well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection,
before
Your Honor.
you knew,
What?
Ask the question.
you knew,
Why is Eddie Hernandez relevant? Was Eddie Hernandez there? Is he in on the conspiracy in your mind, Jackson? Eddie Hernandez, other than he was with me earlier in the day, is completely irrelevant to this trial. I don't want to say Eddie Hernandez is completely irrelevant. You know, I'm sure many people find him very relevant. But for our purposes here today, he's completely irrelevant.
Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Once
Have you ever been at
again,
an event?
so what? Brian Albert is violent. Therefore, he killed Karen Reed.
With Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight.
Objection.
And
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a boxer. He's a boxer. He has a reputation for being a boxer. That's not a reputation for fighting people. It's mutual. And what's a reputation for being a fighter?
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony. You had a prior.
Absolutely, he can be admonished. Frankly, I think that should have happened during the Jen McCabe cross-examination. I mean, I think he did get his ass chewed out in a bench conference. At least that was hinted at by the judge when she said, Mr. Jackson, we talked about this, or something like that. But she's being so careful not to say anything in front of the jury. But at some point she needs to, because it's just wildly inappropriate. And, you know, I mentioned at the very start, the 2 comments in the Law and Crime chat I noticed as I was getting set up. Wow, she's so biased. 99.9% objections being sustained. This is why. He's asking irrelevant questions. He's asking inappropriate questions. He's argumentative. But once again, because she's not shutting him down, telling him move on, he's going to keep asking the questions whether or not they're sustained, because all he cares about is the jury hearing the questions. That's all that matters to him, is the question itself. The answer doesn't matter. And the moron keeping stats doesn't seem to realize that the answers don't matter. For Jackson, it's the question. The question matters. He's probably getting his ass chewed out too, you know. But we don't kink shame. And I just want to be clear, you know, before this trial happened, one of the, I think it was when I did the Delete Laws trial, I made a joke at the end, or maybe the next video, about Bubba, and I got the inevitable comment about, you know, prison, unauthorized use of another's body, and it's inappropriate to joke about. And I fully agree when I say he's getting his ass chewed out, when I say his roommate is Bubba. In my mind, it's all consensual. Of course, legally, no one can consent in prison, as they're wards of the state. So it is, you know, a great Sublime song one way or another. But to them, it's consensual in my mind. So CJ5, you chose a good time to pop in with me talking about a Sublime song from, you know, third from the end of 40 Ounces to Freedom, which is, you know, funny. I didn't realize this until relatively recently, because I'd listened to the song on the album, but in the music video to that song, which isn't, you know, Prison Sex is a great song by Tool, but the date, you know, R-Word song by Sublime, the music video, the judge is played by Ron Jeremy. And then at the very end, when he's taking it in the behind from a large inmate, the large inmate is also Ron Jeremy. And that is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. So Sublime had a sense of humor. There's a reason they're in my top 5 all-time favorite bands.
You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that.
Okay.
The formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz.
Yep, we've referred to Laura Owens here a couple times, and the whole blowjob pregnancy.
Objection.
A little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
I shouldn't have been talking over that question, apparently. I mean, Sublime is always an interesting story to walk in on, Lisa, because they are that amazing of a band. And you know, I talked about my theory of what makes an amazing band a couple days ago, and how an amazing rhythm section is what makes an amazing band. But another thing I think is you have to be able to turn on any song from their catalog and instantly recognize it's them. But at the same time, not all their songs can sound exactly the same. And that's really hard to do. It really is. Because it sounds like two separate things, two separate objectives. I want people to be able to turn on the radio and know it's us, but I also don't want everything to sound the same. And Sublime was excellent at that. You know, they had the white boy reggae, they had hard rock, they Same in the End was, you know, just real hard hitting and fast. They, you know, they could throw in the blues. That they were so good at switching it up, but having a cohesive album. You know, he could do the, like I said, the reggae skank and go straight into a blistering guitar solo out of that. And as I said, Bud and Eric, amazing rhythm section. I always forget which is which. I shouldn't. I think Eric is the bass guitarist. And he's so good. He does the sort of wandering bass lines, and so good. And that's kind of what I said all through the, you know, criticism of the first 2 weeks is, yeah, he's laying a foundation. He's laying a foundation so that he's got a firm platform to build his case on.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years?
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And most bass players are fine with that, Lisa. But they really are the most important part of a band. I mean, as you know, my favorite band is Led Zeppelin. And it's just like Alpha's comment, but applied to music. John Paul Jones was that foundation for the band, doing his thing, and he was a virtuoso at it. But he did his thing while Jimmy Page was off frolicking on solos, but John Paul Jones kept it all together so that it was a song and not a wank fest. You know, just so good. So good. So good. So, like, as much as I hate Las Vegas, I'm so glad I drove down there to see them Crooked Vultures back in 2015 with Dave Grohl at the drums where he belongs and John Paul Jones on bass. Just so good.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally, is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him, is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside, is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale?
Yes.
Okay.
So And ginger ale is a soda, right? Although, of course, in that context, soda would be soda water.
What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we're going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it?
Fuck
If
you.
you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Argumentative. Argumentative. Screw you. He already said he doesn't know how many Brian drank.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume that.
All right. So,
No.
Well, that was,
No. Ask a question. Ask a question. Everything I say is a question. Just presume that. No. You ask a question. That's the rules. Otherwise, you get sustained objections. 99.9% of them.
wasn't, so. Let's,
Question.
yes, Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking, and decided to go over to the waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show
He definitely pisses me off the most, Vince.
up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PVD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time.
He also likes jumping around the timeline back and forth like a ping pong game just to try and throw you off guard.
When you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
With truth, right?
Figure of speech.
Argumentative. Fuck you. And remember, when I say fuck you, that means objection. Or fuck you. Because as I said earlier, fuck is the most versatile word in the English language.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them. You exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay. Yep.
you exchanged
After the
flirtatious
kiss.
texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died. Those weren't.
I mean, I don't know that the town has a problem with it. People in the town have a problem with drinking and driving. But yeah, don't drink and drive. Get an Uber. Walk. Have a DD. Drinking and driving is a scumbag move.
You looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? I'm
Well,
a week?
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yeah.
28, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text.
But that's of substance. It's 2 words, but that's very substantial. So maybe ask a better question. Ask a better question. The flirting texts from her stopped on the 23rd? Because the texts stopped on the 29th.
That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of.
But if it's what Alan Jackson means, he can't ask vague questions. In fact, Lolly could object for vagueness.
The exhibit's right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Because vagueness is an objection.
Thank you. Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
I'm directing you to the last page. Just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay? So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate when you say physical?
Correct. I'm
Yes.
not talking about shaking a hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well,
Well, fuck you. Ask a better question. You never had contact. We met at my house. That's contact. So do you mean intimate? Ask a better question if you want a response. You have to ask the right question to get the right response. If you confuse the witness, they're either going to ask you to qualify it or they're not going to give you the right answer. So don't get snippy with him when he asks you for clarification, because fuck you.
I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact.
Well, then I'd like you to too. Number 1, shut up with the commentary. Number 2, ask a question that doesn't need clarification. Ooh, I hate him.
With Ms. Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
Thank God.
And when she said, I'm
She probably has teeth down there.
glad you came over tonight, in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated.
Yeah, because 1, you have a legal contract with the state saying you're married.
Indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal, correct?
It's multiple rows of pointy teeth, like, at least that's how Lur from Omicron Persei 8 describes it. But that's also how they make the poppets or poplins, whatever they're younger called, that those damn Earthicans eat. God, Futurama was good.
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl, right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Then stop asking it that way.
She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you answer the question? And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well,
Perry,
I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question.
don't use big words. Don't use big words. You don't have to impress people with your big vocabulary.
I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number and reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out.
I mean, are you saying the defense team have sharp, pointy things down there too? Almost needle-like? Oh, you're not talking about the teeth down there. The need to clarify. She wouldn't clarify, and when the witnesses ask Jackson to clarify, just answer my question, yes or no. Yeah, I've got you. But also, I think they have teeth down there.
Meaning with you,
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You were showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean, it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
I thought she was an attractive woman.
Romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No.
And yeah, it's all these people have already made up their mind before the trial because Turtle Boy told them what the truth is. But it was either bullshit he made up or what the defense wanted him to share. So it's almost like, did they not share the incriminating stuff with him? Gee, I wonder why.
I don't agree with that.
Of course, you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
I don't know.
So the objection to stand is to
Argumentative. Fuck you.
the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, may I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said, you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay.
What's sexual attraction as opposed to physical attraction?
You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be
It would be
To
not
date her.
being her side piece.
to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
This is the same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
It's possible.
And she was answering with things like,
That could be it, Snickers Dad, over on Twitch. A happy ending. That's what he wanted from her.
when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well?
Okay.
Right? Did you text?
Yeah, but he responded to it 10 minutes ago. He's responded to a whole lot more since then, so he may not remember the exact words. Yeah, if he's after a happy ending, Laura Owens, except you don't want to get pregnant, so maybe not. Well, you don't want to get her pregnant, because that's how it happens. A happy ending leads to twins, apparently, in Laura Owens' world.
Text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out, determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
Like, about Karen Reed, or just a song about Karen? And I don't know that I know the monks either. I know the monkeys. Don't know that I know the monks.
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred for John, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And Aruba. She expressed frustration about Aruba.
29th, yes.
Right. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
I mean, is 6 days a ghost? But once it's like, so she ghosted you on the 23rd, therefore you killed John on the 29th to get her to unghost you. I mean, I guess if the song were about me, it would be nice legs, shame about the face. But yeah. And like I said, I really hope the kids don't see those text messages. Like, I hope they haven't. They shouldn't be watching the trial, period, since, you know, they're still going to be witnesses. Of course, as victims, you know, as designated victims, they probably could be in the courtroom and still be able to testify. But I really hope they never see these text messages and haven't seen them. And I mean, I absolutely hate Karen for putting the kids through this. Like, and I'm not just saying that assuming she hit John, but for those text messages, I hold her responsible for the kids maybe seeing it. Yeah, John was overwhelmed. He didn't really want the kids. It was just an obligation for him. Fuck you, bitch. Like, I don't want kids. I've never wanted kids. If something happened to either one of my siblings, you bet your ass I'd step up. It wouldn't be an obligation. It would be an honor. They drive me nuts. I have about an hour and a half tolerance for kids, but they're, I mean, I hate Karen for those texts. I hate Karen that the kids might have to see those texts. It's terrible.
No, not at all.
You've been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that. It's done, right?
No.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what.
Stop. Stop with the commentary. I don't want to play games. Then stop asking questions as if you're a clown. You're the one playing games, Jackson. It's you. It's your fault. I mean, don't set up a chessboard and then, and make your opening move, and then when Higgins makes his move, throw the chessboard across the room. I don't want to play games here. You answer my questions. Screw you.
That's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd.
Okay, and there you go. She actually did admonish him before the jury. Enough of that. That's what we talked about. Because he's a clown. He's asking questions like a clown and getting mad when he gets clown answers. If you're not getting the answers you want, it's either because, well, it's because you're not asking the right questions. You're not asking the questions in the right way. It's because they can't answer your questions.
Or up to the.
And I highly doubt it comes down to the kids, Kevin, but the impact of having the kids as the last prosecution witnesses would stick with the jury. And frankly, it would be absolutely stupid to cross-examine them. It would be colossally stupid. I mean, it would have been stupid to cross-examine Carrie Roberts, and they didn't, to their credit. Cross-examining the kids, not a good look. If they did, it would be little, frankly. But yeah, and that's it. They don't know why, because, the judge has tried to keep everything at the bench, but she's admonished him in front of the jury a couple times saying, hey, we talked about this. So they don't necessarily know the rules he's breaking, but they've seen it. They've seen it. And yeah, he's, so he probably did it. Does anyone know where Alan Jackson was the night John O'Keefe died? He expects everyone else to have an alibi. Does anyone know where Alan Jackson was that night? Because I don't. I mean, I don't know where I was either, but January 28th, 29th, I would have been here. Well, yeah. Yeah. The night of the 29th into the 30th, I probably would have been at my friend's house. But yeah.
23rd, she'd been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th.
They were sporadic. And then she murdered someone, so they stopped. It was a definitive stop when she murdered John. Before that, they were sporadic. But murdering her boyfriend, that's a no from me, dog.
She never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch?
He didn't text her either between the 23rd and the 28th, did he? At least not that we saw. And my client ghosted you, and that broke her heart so much that you conspired with her to murder John O'Keefe. Well, I mean, she might not have been able to after the John's dead text, but yeah. And the only text that we know she did send him after was John's dead. So, yeah. But other than the text while they're in the waterfall, did they have interaction at the waterfall? I don't know. So, and that's also true. It might be, hey, let's flirt on the weekends and then radio silent weekdays. That's possible. I like the cut of your jib, Vince. You make a good point. Might be that she wasn't ghosting him. She just was working. It's the work week. You know, babysitter with benefits, more babysitting to do on weekdays. Possibly. Weekends, they're at sleepovers, they're at hockey, they're, whatever. So, but, and it is lunch break, but we won't zoom yet because we'll see if the judge has anything to say before.
What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let's go to officer.
Jury is leaving your notebooks on your desk. All right, call me, jury up.
Lunch breaks at the federal courthouse here in Salt Lake are a little bit awkward.
So why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar?
Oh, as expected. They're a little bit awkward during trials because you are rushed. So the closest fast restaurant is, I don't remember if it's an Apollo Burger or an Astro Burger. They're both basically the same thing, imitations of Crown Burger. All three of which are owned by Greek families that are, I think, all cousins of each other. And so in your rush, you run from West Temple up to Main Street. So 3/4. And it's really good. But, the prosecutor's there, the judge is there, the, witnesses are there. Everyone's there because it's close and it's good and it's reasonable. But, yeah. And presumably the jury is getting a catered lunch. Of course, probably they voted in the morning and said, yeah, this is what we want from Astro Burger or whatever. And if you guys ever come to Salt Lake, Crown Burger, like there are a few things I think they need to improve on. I think they need better quality beef. But if you ever come to Salt Lake, go to Crown Burger, order the Crown Burger or whatever the equivalent is at Apollo Burger or Astro Burger. But it comes with about an inch of hot pastrami sliced on top. And it's so good. It's so good. You can feel your arteries clogging, but it's so good. And I never watched the Real Housewives of whatever, but my understanding is one of the new girls on the Salt Lake show is one of the Katzeneva sisters, and their family owns Crown Burger. I think her dad owns the one down by the Delta Center. I go to the one that her uncle owned, now her cousin. So good though. And Katzenevas owns hair salons that my sister goes to or went to at the time. I don't know if she still does, but I think the one on the Real Housewives was in my brother's year in high school. I knew her older sister kind of. But yeah. And I'm just kind of, bullshitting as I'm waiting to see if she puts anything on the record as they walk away. And I think Karen should get used to being alone within a large group of people. Oh, there go the O'Keefes. I guess let them out first and then the Reeds so we don't get any courthouse brawling. Well, I guess we're not gonna get anything, so now we will Zoom.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch.
Daddy O'Keefe looks old. He definitely looks old. And trials are taxing, even if you're not on trial yourself.
We were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
I mean, he looked pissed, CJ5. You weren't here yet, but we commented. He looked pissed. Even in the dark, you could tell he was turning red. So he was not happy at all. At all. Pat Dorsey, is that Patrick Darcy, the other lawyer covering DeCastro? And Carl's Jr., I haven't been in decades. Like, frankly, I haven't eaten McDonald's since I was 16. Made me ill. Haven't gone back. Like, just the smell of McDonald's to me is offensive. I can't. Burger King, contrary to what Charlie, Moist Critical, says, Burger King, like, of the sort of big fast food chains, I think maybe has the best beef, like the best patty. I hate ketchup though, so I always have, like, on the rare occasion I go, I have to remember and I'll order like a Western or something with barbecue sauce or A1. Like, of the national chains, the only one I go to with any regularity is Five Guys, and I get A1 on that. And I mean, there is a local version in Chicago. Well, I mean, in areas where there isn't a Carl's Jr., it's Hardee's. So we don't have Hardee's here. We have Carl's Jr. But Five Guys, it can be good. I thought they took it, at least the one I go to, took a dip in quality for a while. But Crown Burger, like I said, I think they need to get slightly better quality meat. I'd happily spend 50 extra cents for a bump in meat grade. And they need to use leaf lettuce instead of shredded lettuce, just because shredded lettuce is too messy. But other than that, you know, they're great. And especially, as I said, usually I don't get the Crown Burger because you can feel your arteries clogging. But oh boy, it's so good. And my sister-in-law grew up in Southern California, so she loves In-N-Out. Her kids love In-N-Out because, yeah, I don't. If I ever start a burger place, it would be kind of the same concept as In-N-Out, meaning a limited menu, because that's part of what makes In-N-Out run so well and be so profitable. But I think if you open a burger restaurant that sells absolute top quality, like I'm talking at the very least choice, if not prime grade beef, ground in-house, bake the buns, you know, have a greenhouse so you grow your tomatoes and pick them when they're ripe, like sell them absolute top quality, but also in high volume. You'd have a lineup out the door to give you $15 to $20 for a burger and fries if you do absolute top quality. And you know, it would be so good. But that's what I'd do if I started a burger place. Hell, I'd have a cow in back to make the cheese.
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
And that's kind of what I think, Dante, is Lucky 13 quality, but maybe not as tall of a burger, because Lucky 13 you couldn't do takeout. So good, but that's kind of limited to in-restaurant dining. But yeah, Lucky 13 is amazing. I haven't been since law school because, yeah.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs to.
I'm sorry. That was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second.
God, Jackson's incompetent with the formalities.
Maybe that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page.
Never had Whataburger.
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at? The last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
At the very top, could you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from this read?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond back?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath? I have not heard from you.
And so when she says the phone works both ways, it's like that could be her accusing him of ghosting her. And of course he's incompetent at being a human because he's a lizard. And that's why you put that, as you wanted to hear me say he's a lizard.
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways. Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
No, that's all I have for that.
Okay.
Let's bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
Once again, from that exchange, it could be taken that he ghosted her. She thought he ghosted her. Phone works both ways, Brian. You haven't heard from me, but I haven't heard from you. Why is that? So Jackson trying to say, yeah, she ghosted you, and so you got jealous and killed her boyfriend. Maybe she thought he ghosted her. Phone works both ways.
I said, are you sure?
Did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word.
And they were all lovey-dovey at the waterfall. Therefore, he said, so what's going on?
That you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work?
And that previous one was a terrible question. I just, how? How are you supposed to answer such poorly worded questions?
Supervisor at the DOJ.
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
that was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though
It's almost like she's not the only thing in his life. It's almost like they'd just been to a cop's funeral. It's almost like, you know, he's human. She's not his everything. Oh, I'm swooning for her.
he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You've been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the hillside to go to the waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there.
I mean, John didn't know he was going to be there until he went. He was at CF McCarthy's and got the text, "Pussy, I'll fuck up your lawn," from Chris Albert. John only went to the waterfall kind of at the last minute.
I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the waterfall or who was expected to come to the waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into
Why? When Brian Albert is with him at the hillside and says, "Hey, I'm going to the waterfall. Why don't you join? My wife is at the waterfall. I'm on my way there. Would you like to join?" And then text him across the table, "By the way, Johnny and Karen are going to be there, and so will Kolakithis and Chris and da-da-da." That's not how humans interact. It's, "Hey, I'm headed over to meet my wife at the waterfall. You should come." And assuming he knows where the waterfall is, that's the last communication, unless it's, "Hey, where are you? I thought you were joining us." And that's it. Yeah, so you went to the waterfall because you wanted to see Karen and John, because you knew that they were there. It's like, if he wanted to go to the waterfall to flirt with Karen, maybe he'd go when John isn't there, because that's dumb. Jackson's dumb.
A lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had
And him seeing no tension between John and Karen might be why he sent those texts. So, what's up? You're flirting with me for a week, but you seem awfully lovey-dovey tonight. What's up? Is the subtext I read into those texts.
several drinks before you even got to the waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove over to the waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall.
I'm sorry,
I was at the waterfall.
left the waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that, in different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing when she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did
Argumentative.
she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those 3 things?
Hug, what was the other
She
thing?
said hello, shake your hand, give you a hug.
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was working.
Interaction with you.
Can I answer now?
Sure.
I like that. Can I answer now? Are you fucking finished with your compound argumentative question? Are you finished? Just because she was interacting with other people, we're there as a group. I tend to talk to 1, maybe 2 people at a time. Doesn't mean I'm ignoring everyone else. But Jackson doesn't understand human interaction.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well,
Do we know she did everyone else in the room? You're testifying there, Jackson. You're making shit up that he hasn't said. He said she's working the room. He didn't say she talked to everyone else but him.
I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no. I don't know.
Did that upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
The well was at the waterfall, so.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant,
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you. Stop with the commentary. Stop with the argument. Just stop, Jackson. Leave. Leave. Go back to LA. Leave. Seriously.
well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr.
It's
Jackson.
argumentative. He's not asking questions. He's arguing.
Let's move on.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of, like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
She didn't text back. That doesn't mean she ignored it. It means she didn't text back.
That was the only text I sent that night to her, yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
She's terrible.
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
Well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
But once again, not responding and ignoring are not synonymous. They're not the same thing. Ignoring the text, to me, is she didn't even bother to look at her phone. Not responding could mean, yeah, I was going to text him back when John wasn't right fucking next to me. That's not ignoring. That's being strategic. That's playing coy. It's not ignoring. But Jackson doesn't understand what it is to be human.
So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Or he drives the fastest, or he's the fastest to get in his car. He's parked the closest.
You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that?
No.
Acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
That's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too.
He said he does the Irish goodbye when he leaves, which is something I've never heard of before this trial, but multiple people have said it. But he said that's what he does. But they'd all discussed going to the same place. So I'm headed to the same place. Therefore, I'm going to give everyone a hug and say goodnight as I'm getting ready to drive to the same place. That's stupid.
Correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At 2:20?
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34.
Or why would he text them both?
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text
But
John.
John and Karen
Yes.
were together. You text one,
He indicated
hey,
that you took your Jeep.
are you coming?
Your pers-
You text one, hey, are you coming? Hey, where are you? You coming over? That's the equivalent of texting both of them if they'd be coming together. If you want John to come and not Karen, hey, do you need me to pick you up? Since, you know, she's about to argue and leave you at the waterfall, or at least that'll be her story in the morning when you're found dead. But, well, before you're reminded that by Jen McCabe, yeah, I saw your SUV outside 34 Fairview, so you certainly didn't go straight home from the waterfall when you left John.
Personal vehicle with the plow on it over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Stop with the commentary. That comment was specifically for the jury. I'm asking one more time, so it's perfectly clear. Fuck you. Seriously, Lolly should have objected. The judge needs to bench slap him. She needs to bench slap him. These snide comments, these sarcastic comments, these argumentative comments need to stop. At some point, she needs to throw her gavel at him. Aim low.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph.
And once again, graphical representation because they're dishonest. They don't want to show the uneven front lawn, because the jury sees this and it's like, oh yeah, it's a clear view out, across the entire front lawn. Whereas with the actual photographs, you wouldn't see where Johnny was. Maybe from the second floor, but it's an obstructed view in the real photo. That's why it's a graphical representation. That's why they keep using it, to mislead the jury. Frankly, if I were Lolly, I probably would have objected to this ever coming in, because it's not a good depiction of the front lawn. I would have said, in my objection, hey, they can use a graphical representation, but it has to be accurate. It has to show the true curvature, the true topography of the yard. And frankly, I don't think they should be able to use this one, since it's inaccurate, it's dishonest. But basically, this can't be used as evidence. It's a demonstrative exhibit. It's the it's like in the Darrell Brooks case, they kept showing the map, the Google map of Waukesha, Wisconsin, and it was a demonstrative. If you've ever seen the documentary The Staircase, about the writer in North Carolina that case had a real tortured history. He was convicted of murdering his wife. It was overturned. And then I think in the end, he basically pled no contest, 4 times served, just to get rid of the retrial. And, he's like, yeah, I didn't do it, but fine, take your conviction, no contest, I'm done. But my evidence class in law school, throughout the entire semester, we discussed The Staircase, because there were a lot of evidentiary issues in that. And so our professor had a DVD copy, and it was basically, through the semester, send it home, have someone watch it, bring it back, and so a big issue was the prosecution was convinced that, I think it was Michael Peterson was the guy's name, had beat his wife with what was called a blow poke. So basically it was a fireplace poker, for stoking the fire, but it was a hollow tube, so you'd blow in it to oxygenate the fire. Blow poke. They knew that the victim's sister had given them a blow poke for Christmas, because she gave one to everyone. They couldn't find it. Therefore, he beat her to death with the blow poke. But they couldn't find it. So all through the trial, they used the sister's blow poke as a demonstrative. They're like, this isn't the murder weapon, but the murder weapon is just like it. And he whacked her and whacked her and whacked her until she was dead. With something exactly like, not this one, but the other one. And then midway through the trial, they found the blow poke covered in cobwebs in the garage, because they got it for Christmas and never used it. Went straight into the garage. But basically, to me, this is the blow poke. This graphical representation of the house is the blow poke. This isn't the house that the murder took place at. This isn't the lawn where Johnny was found dead, but it's close enough. And, you can see across the entire lawn in this, which isn't the murder scene, but is a graphical representation of almost the murder scene, so that's good enough. It's a blowpoke. It's a blowpoke. And yes.
Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in Exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
You see the mailbox, which is out right there.
Yes.
Okay, where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there. You would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have
I hope the new owners know that, Vince. Because that would suck for them. At least give them time to get out.
been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front.
Okay, so the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole,
Towards Chapman Street, correct.
and the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 feet, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is,
Almost like Alan Jackson from LA doesn't understand a blizzard. He doesn't understand snow. He's a blizzard, so he needs a warm climate to generate body heat.
not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
It's on a
How is the plow
hinge.
positioned as it relates?
It's on a hinge. You can turn it. You can turn it. Remember the fish stick, the Kanye West? He can turn it. He can raise it. He can lower it. He can tilt it.
To the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating. So I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right.
It was down on the ground.
When you walked into 34
had to
Fairview, you
raise
indicated
it
there
to
were people
leave.
congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I
The
believe
high top table at the waterfall or at the Albert residence?
there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening.
I was like I would describe this diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yeah, so I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't I'm not a beer drinker.
So you didn't sober up with a beer? Shocking.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
Would you say upstairs?
Not yet, Luna. It's not yet.
It's like, were you talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing. Is that right?
Yes,
In May of 2023.
yes,
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
yes,
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath.
yes,
You were telling the truth.
yes,
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were, yes.
So the only floor down.
And that's what we've heard from other witnesses.
Stairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement,
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
the first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where were the people?
What? Your questions are stupid. He doesn't understand your question.
People have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos.
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement.
Okay.
Someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party.
Potty.
Summertime.
Summertime before?
Sometime before. Yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that
Or could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving...
Once again, what Brian Albert testified isn't a prior inconsistent statement from Brian Higgins. It's hearsay. It's irrelevant. You can't ask him.
testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask it to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to somebody's
May I have
brother.
Your Honor?
Yes.
So Ryan Nagel entered the house, therefore conspiracy. Of course, it couldn't be, it absolutely couldn't be that he wasn't paying attention to the comings and goings, and he hears that Julie Nagel's brother is coming to pick her up. She goes outside and then comes back in, and in his not paying attention corner of his eye, he sees Julie Nagel enter, thinking, oh, that's her brother arriving. It couldn't possibly be that. Couldn't possibly be that. It couldn't possibly be he's not paying attention to some girl he doesn't know being picked up by her brother, potentially. That's inconceivable.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up. And you described him as tall and dark haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house?
I was half paying attention. So he wasn't paying attention. Once again, out of the corner of his eye, Julie Nagel didn't seem small. She wasn't little Brian tall, but Julie Nagel isn't a petite girl. He's half paying attention, sees a dark-haired figure enter the house, registers in his mind as, oh, her brother's coming to pick her up. Must be the brother. Not paying attention.
Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
I believe he did.
So Mail did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well,
I said I wasn't sure. I was half paying attention. Well, but you said this.
when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486. Yes. If I may, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Look at the top part that I highlighted.
Look a little above that too, just so that you know the full context.
Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question,
I believe
so you saw someone else come?
He did.
Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying attention.
I realize.
Exactly. He said, I believe, yes. You're trying to ignore all the qualifications that are in the prior testimony. I was half paying attention. I believe someone else came in. Yes. That's what he's saying.
That you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes.
And was his name Colin Albert? And was his conversation, I just murdered a guy. Quick, help me cover it up.
It was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. You had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house.
The judge would admonish them. Of course, if he was being a slimy little prick, she'd probably tell Jackson to knock it off too. Like, if he absolutely deserved it in that moment,
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
Yep, Kfar. These full days of trial are killing me. We've got 2 hours of court left to go. This is why I get started late and go at 1 1/4 speed. They did not bang. So, you know, a lot of lead on for nothing.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Screw you.
Yes,
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or
I-
no? Yes or no? Is that
Okay.
proceeding?
Don't answer yes or no. Say, answer, that was the proceeding I said I believe. You don't have to answer yes or no. You do not have to answer the way they want you to answer. You have to answer with the truth. Even if he asks it as a yes or no question, you can give your full statement. You can say, in that proceeding, I responded that I thought I saw something.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
no, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
There you go.
The quotations that
There you go. Can you answer that yes or no? No. All right, move on. Because once again, you don't have to answer yes or no. You have to answer their question if you can, but you don't have to answer yes or no. Unless I'm cross-examining you, then you have to. And I don't know. I don't know if he's trying to imply it's John, that Colin was still there, because Colin's 6'1", 6'2". If it was Ryan Nagel, I just don't know.
are the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at?
Yes.
That was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes.
No, you may not. I don't want you near me.
That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see
And
the first page.
And that very well could be it. But then it could be that they're implying that Colin beat Johnny out front, because they're completely inconsistent with this whole conspiracy. You know, it was Colin that killed him. It was Brian that killed him. It was Jen McCabe is the mastermind. Brian Albert killed him. Zoe the dog killed him. It's just someone other than Karen Reed killed him. We're not going to tell you who. It's just someone. It was probably in the basement, but, you know, it might have been Colin left and saw John out front and killed him and ran back into the house. And that's it. You know, the judge has read the entire transcript of the federal investigation that, you know, all the Free Karen Reed crowd are saying the FBI is going to swoop in any day now and arrest all of them. But the judge has read that, and she said at the start of the trial, like the one pretrial hearing I watched, yeah, you can raise the third-party defense or third-party culprit defense on admissible evidence, on relevant admissible evidence. You can't just throw out speculation. It has to be relevant admissible evidence. But I don't know who you're accusing. She's seen all the evidence, or at least all the disputed evidence. She's read the federal investigation. She doesn't know who they're accusing. I don't think they know who they're accusing. It's just someone. And it's ridiculous.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
And apparently federalism doesn't exist. And so the FBI can extrajudicially release a state prisoner. I mean, you know, federal courts through the proper habeas corpus petitions potentially can. The FBI absolutely can't. Absolutely not. I mean, maybe they can take custody of her for a federal trial, but they can't just set her free. They can't just stop a state investigation. They can't just stop a state trial. It's, you know, we keep talking about South Park, the episode where the boys are playing cops and the richer kids come in. We're the FBI. We have jurisdiction now. Just because your parents can afford better toys than ours doesn't mean you're better than us. Yes, it does. But it's not like that in real life. Just because the FBI is federal and the supremacy clause and yada, 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 they can't just swoop in and take jurisdiction. They have to have jurisdiction available to them. And that doesn't necessarily mean the state lacks jurisdiction. See Ahmaud Arbery's killers. See Derek Chauvin. See Alec Murdoch.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of it, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left.
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
Because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right.
And then he went home. He knew if he didn't stop at Canton PD, as he explained on direct, he'd be getting an angry call in the morning, waking him up, and he'd have to go back to Canton PD, and it's ridiculous.
So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point.
But he didn't have kids, Jennifer Ray, so he wouldn't need the babysitter part. He just needed a side chick. Well, he wasn't in a relationship, so a side chick wouldn't be. Yeah. I got nothing.
The lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
In your depiction, it's not a flat lawn.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of
No.
white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
Once again, Jackson not understanding snow. It's starting to stick to the pavement when he gets there. Within the hour, there could be an inch, even on the road.
I think we can both agree that it's not free. It wouldn't have been 3 feet. No,
Right. So it would have been a light dusting of snow.
more snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
100 feet.
100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet. 100 feet.
From where the back of my Jeep was parked?
Correct.
Maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the
As
drive.
you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to the, down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
Does he look like a math major? Does he look like a math major? What's 1/12 of 360? Not exactly just a couple degrees, but what is a couple degrees anyway? 1, 2, 10?
former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights.
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground. It scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up,
Yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn. When another car parked there.
No, I didn't.
Everything in front of you is your peripheral vision. Jackson is stupid.
There was no vehicles in front of me, no.
It was the roadway was relatively empty.
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
That puts you in a position of being a first responder.
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic, yes.
And if you don't see anything, do you respond to it? Wait. And you were a first responder at 6 a.m, weren't you? Why did you not go out in the snow and help John at 6 a.m. when he was found? Because you and Brian Albert, both first responders, didn't save him when he was found at 6 a.m. You, a first responder, only learned about it at like 7 and headed straight to the Albert house, or maybe Canton PD and then the Albert house, but you didn't head straight to save John O'Keefe as a first responder. How dare you?
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road in the lawn or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would have
you.
done.
In the dark, intoxicated, don't drive drunk, it's a scumbag move, but in the dark, in a blizzard, in a dark part of the yard, not in the road, with his peripheral vision as he's driving by, focused on the road because of the snow. What's to observe? Once again, If you're not expecting to see something, you're not going to see something unless you're looking at it. If you're not expecting to see something, you're probably not going to pick it up in your peripheral vision.
Something to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Argumentative. And once again, I can't believe that this biased judge confirming 99.99% of the objections from the prosecution. Well, mathematically, there haven't been enough objections for 99.99%. But also, it's argumentative. Argumentative. Free Karen Reed crowd, learn the word. Argumentative. It's not biased.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton police station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview. Either home or
No.
Canton PD.
No,
that's
he
not
said
what I
he
testified.
went to Canton Police Department. On direct, he said the morning he can't remember if he went to Canton Police or, sorry, from the Alberts in the morning. In his shock, he can't remember if he went from the Alberts to Canton Police Department or home first. You slimy weasel jackass, are conflating two separate statements. On direct, he unequivocally said he remembers going straight to Canton Police Department to move his cars and then went home. It's 6 hours later that he can't remember which order he went in. But Jackson is a lying, slimy weasel piece of garbage.
If I do.
Something jog your memory.
To where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning?
Call him a lying, slimy weasel now, please.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that night, that morning?
When? He went twice that morning. He went at 1 o'clock-ish, and he went at 7 or 8 o'clock-ish. When? Why did he go when he went to move his cars, or why did he go later in the morning after finding out Johnny had been killed? When? Ask better questions.
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial
Once again, screw you.
interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
And were those questions about later in the morning or in the middle of the night when he testified it was administrative work? Is moving his car administrative work? Helps in the normal functioning of the police station if they're able to plow. That's administrative. Unexciting. Non-committal.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten there, you'd gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicals out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars.
But that was at like 4 in the afternoon, 5, 6. So it was 6 hours before the blizzard while it's still busy there. And then he moved them at 1 when it's not busy, when the blizzard has started.
Earlier, knowing that you just have to come back.
And once again, Jackson showing he doesn't understand snow. Higgins has already testified, well, there was uncertainty about the storm. I've been told, you know, we're getting a foot of snow and woke up to nothing. I've been told we're getting an inch of snow and woken up to 2 feet of snow. It's uncertain. It's why I call them weather guessers.
Those cars a few hours later.
I was more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
Oh, we'll talk about the video in just a second. You entered the Canton police station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something more? Really hard over there? So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise. Put everything up.
Sounds like the jury's overheating. Maybe they're getting pissed off with Jackson like I am. Slimy weasel that he is. Hopefully once the jury's out, the judge bench slaps him.
Nancy, are you caught over here?
Apparently the AC wasn't fixed. Or it was too cold, I guess, the other day, so it was too fixed into not cooling.
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
Maybe seated.
You go do this. If you don't mind. You know, I'll go over there. Nancy, Paul will do it.
You are muted.
Karen's got that evil grin. She thinks Jackson's made a good point. She thinks he's reeled him in. And I think I'm gonna fast forward because, as Kfar said like half an hour ago, good Lord, we're still here. Come on, give me the preview. Apparently there's a little black hole somewhere that's swallowing the feed. swallowing the preview.
You are unmuted.
Because it'll show me ahead of there, show me behind there, won't show me the point I want to get to. So we're going here. And I blame that weasel Alan Jackson. Always. The Aurora Borealis, confined to a kitchen in Albany, New York. Or no, sorry. Steamed hams come from Albany, New York. The Aurora Borealis was in Skinner's kitchen in Springfield. It's a good thing it's a long weekend.
Sports back in session, please be seated.
1:45. Nope. We got her. Karen. Did Karen slap her or just call? Who the fuck are you, bitch? Get your hands off my man. But yeah, we saw both of the Sullivan sisters.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
Neither of the sisters were my type, but I won't disagree with you either.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if
In other parts of the building,
to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to
Argumentative.
monitor. You'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your...
He mentioned on direct that he probably slept on the couch and at some point moved up to bed. Something that single people often do, especially when they're drunk. They pass out on the couch, especially after a long day.
Your testimony before you...
Well, those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony.
Yeah, but fuck you.
That's what I said.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home?
Is his sleeping arrangement at home in any way relevant? Why would he mention it? He went home. Why would he mention it? Why would he be asked? So you were home alone, right? Yeah, I went. And what did you do? Had a few more drinks and fell asleep. But where did you fall asleep? Oh, you got me. This is dumb.
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat,
And this just got quiet for some reason.
put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No,
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone, you had two at the time, correct?
yes,
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station,
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning.
And those didn't wake him up. He testified that the 6:30 call from 6:30-ish call from Chief Berkowitz woke him up. You didn't ask him about phone calls before he went to bed.
At a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at those two documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking Ms. Little, I don't think we introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification, at least at this point. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm going to, if it's okay with the court, maybe witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
Vince, what did you do? What did you do, Vince? Because that wasn't me. My hand was not on the mouse. It wasn't on the keyboard. Vince? Because that 100% was not me. I mean, unless it's the ghost of John O'Keefe here haunting me, fucking with me, it wasn't me. Okay. Nothing was touching the mouse or keyboard. Nothing was touching the mouse or the keyboard. I honestly do not know how that happened, other than it's always Vince's fault. Except the other day when I blamed my cousin. Vince was off the hook for that one. My cousin distracted me. But this is either the ghost of John O'Keefe gremlins in their computer, or Vince? Because I have no idea how that happened.
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
But that's right there. I'm not wearing it. It's under the monitor, not the computer. So, and I clearly went slightly too far because, let's see, we were what, 143-ish? We'll go to about here because I think that's pretty close.
Do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Please hand those to them.
Yes. Your Honor.
I know you do.
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right, it has a page number or there's
And we may have missed a little interaction. I don't know. But either way, I believe this is him receiving the exhibit. So we might be rewatching like a minute. We might be 30 seconds ahead. I don't know. But we found it, I think, Vince.
there's an alpha, a numeric indicator 01770, in other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right, I mean, in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. There, it's out of order.
Probably. And
Why don't you come show?
they're out of order. Of course they're out of order. Why would Jackson put anything in order? Why would he put his exhibits in order? Why would he use a photograph of the house if he can use a misleading graphical representation? Why would he put things in order? He didn't put the text in order. Why would he put these in order? Or sorry, it was the phone calls. Jen McCabe's phone calls were out of order. Because why would you put them in order? It's not like it's a trial or anything.
Am I missing something?
Sorry, that's the protocol. It's okay, it's okay. I'll use the one with QQ and the one with 1771 because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay,
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've certainly seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes,
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
it has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes,
In other words, Brian Albert called you.
Ooh, 1 second. Is that like, he's dead, boom. That's a conspiracy.
2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
And once again, when you're single, your bed is storage. 1 second call, you know, as I've said, if I fall asleep with my phone in my hand, I don't know what I'll wake up to. What app I've never used is open. But even if my phone's not open, if I receive a butt dial from a friend at 2 a.m. and my hand's on the phone, I might hit the return call from the lock screen, because it'll do that. It'll make a phone call. You know, conspiracy.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard.
But don't you know, Corrosive? It's a conspiracy if you don't lock your phone. It's a conspiracy if you don't have security cameras on your house. I mean, maybe Ring started that conspiracy, but yeah.
Correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Fuck you. And once again, fuck you means objection. Lolly objected, and correctly so. It's argumentative.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No,
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
Not of substance.
I don't agree with it. No.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records at prior hearing, you had an explanation.
But, you know, it's just like they're putting phone records out of order. Why? What are they trying to hide by putting them out of order? With him and with Jen McCabe. They're hiding the ball. They're slimy. And don't get me wrong, a lot of people think defense attorneys, you know, by their very nature are slimy, are shady. I don't. I am a defense attorney. This defense attorney is slimy. He is shady. He is dishonest.
For what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible
And a butt dial doesn't actually have to be your butt.
that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your
Most aren't, actually.
bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody called,
Brian Albert, realizing he had just butt dialed him in the middle of the night, might have immediately canceled the call within 1 second. Ooh.
you and you missed the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Is that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call. correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once again,
Break-
well, that was compound is why that was sustained. Once again, I don't know on an iPhone. I don't use iPhones. But off of my lock screen, I'm pretty sure I can return a missed call without unlocking the phone, just from the lock screen.
Break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6 digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or a Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I don't.
Assuming the phone app isn't open from when you last closed the phone.
I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that
I mean, so how did you butt dial? That's kind of the point. It's a butt dial. It's a mystery. If we could solve if little Alan Jackson could solve the problem of butt dialing, he might win a Nobel Prize. If he could solve the problem of butt dialing. If he could figure out a way to prevent butt dials for the rest of eternity without reducing the function of the phone otherwise, he might win a Nobel Prize. But he expects Brian Higgins on the witness stand to come out with a unified theory of butt dialing. Because that's totally how it works.
hearing, at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes? And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
No, if you're not done, I can't answer your question. And Vince, when I got back from England, depths of the recession, I was working an accounting job for a commercial real estate firm. And when I left that job, I wrote a detailed step-by-step instruction for that job. And this was something, basically, I figured all of it out on the fly, basically. Sat down at a computer and there you go. 10-minute instruction. The rest I figured out on the job. I wrote out a detailed step-by-step manual. The lady that took over the job for me, my mom worked there too, so she knows. Never got it. Some people can't follow instructions even when it is line-by-line instructions. I don't think Jackson would have been able to follow my very simple line-by-line, step-by-step instructions. Because he doesn't work that way.
to the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of, I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
But let's ignore all that dialogue and just focus in on that yes. You called him back, didn't you? Yes, I must have. Let's stop right after that yes, shall we?
Ma'am,
Yes.
you see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
And once again, that's the pink highlighted answer. He reads the next line and it says, I must have.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not
And this is why the rule of completeness is in the rule of evidence.
have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. Ma'am?
Yes.
Mr. Rowland, same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. Do you read that answer to yourself, please? You have that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
Yeah, give him time to read it. I mean, before he even has his reading glasses on. Do you have that in mind?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it.
Yeah.
There's
I haven't really thought
been
about it now.
time.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not
This trial is the only thing he's thought about in a year. Only thing. It's been on his mind constantly.
having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
And why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Assistant.
Once again, asked and answered. He said multiple times, I did not speak to Brian Albert. I may have butt dialed him. I don't remember it. He's answered you multiple times. Asked and answered.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house.
It's important to support your friends, to grieve together, to commiserate. There's absolutely nothing suspicious about when you find out your friend died, you get together. Strength in numbers. It's human emotion. Something Alan Jackson doesn't understand because he's a lizard.
House had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
Other than himself and Brian Albert, their law enforcement. Brian Higgins is never in the room without law enforcement present. Never. Unless he enters Schrodinger's box, Brian Higgins is, by definition, always in the room with law enforcement. I am never not in the room with an amputee. Unless I wake up tomorrow and it's grown back, I will never be anywhere without an amputee. I may be, I'm usually not with another amputee. I will never be in anywhere without an amputee being there. Until he retires, Brian Higgins will never be anywhere without law enforcement present.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. If you were.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that right?
Yes, because
the person who called and woke him up. Conspiracy.
He had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What we're trying to do.
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you?
I find out my friend is dead. Therefore, I'm immediately inserting myself into the investigation, even before I know if it's a suspicious death. He might have choked to death on a ham sandwich, but I'm in on that investigation because I want to make sure that I don't get accused of making that ham sandwich.
About his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.
Objection.
Asked and answered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Hearsay.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Duh. I was about to say that before he answered. But why would he tell the chief his vehicle had been parked feet from where John was discovered before he knows where John was discovered?
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
I mean, I think it was a heart attack, technically, while she was eating a ham sandwich. So the heart attack killed her. But I was referring to Mama Cass, of course.
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz?
Why would he, and why would it matter? Chief Berkowitz is part of the Canton Police Department, which wasn't investigating the case. They don't have jurisdiction on murders. The Massachusetts State Police were investigating. Why would he tell Chief Berkowitz?
That you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before, and that Miss Reed had ignored you.
Objection.
Sustained. You can break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me have just a moment. You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz?
I mean, they are friends, so he could say, as a friend, yeah, I was interested in her, but not anymore.
That your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found. You said, I had no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You've just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was, John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house, unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know, because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house. Your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Argumentative. He doesn't know. It's a big front lawn. It's a big front lawn. He doesn't know at that point where. Right outside the front door? Front lawn, other side of the driveway? By the flagpole? On the flagpole?
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
The Chief of Police, who is not investigating.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years, and you were a firefighter years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of the investigation.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah. He was a mile away. Are you aware that's 5,280 feet? So he was feet away.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Him and Brian Albert. Both police officers. Police presence. Well, ATF agent, sorry, not police officer, but.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time. Actually, at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's.
Maybe because, now stick with me on this. Stick with me. Maybe that's because that's not where the investigation led. I mean, you know what I'd do if I were an investigator and I thought maybe this Brian Higgins guy had something to do with it. You know what I'd do? I'd go look at his Jeep in a parking lot. And if I saw damage, I'd say, hey, we'd like to take a closer look at your Jeep. Why don't you pull it into the Sally port so our mechanic can have a once-over? But when there's no damage, they're not gonna follow it. That's a waste of their time. Do you know was damaged? The back of Karen Reed's truck, her Lexus. Law enforcement time is valuable. Do you know what the taxpayers don't like? They don't like police following dead ends. They don't like police wasting taxpayer money. You don't see anything on Brian Higgins' vehicle. You don't follow. You don't say, well, I don't see anything, but let me thoroughly investigate you just to be sure. I'm going to cover all my bases, even if it's bases in a different ballpark, just to be sure. I mean, yeah, there's blood on home plate at Fenway Park. But let's go look at Candlestick just to be sure. Let's go to San Francisco just to be sure. I mean, it's possible there's blood on the, on home plate at Candlestick Park. Let's try Dodger Stadium too, shall we? Let's try. Oh, Yankee Stadium. It's in the Bronx. That's a bad neighborhood. There's got to be blood on home plate there. We absolutely know there's blood on home plate at Fenway Park. But let's check all other 30 ballparks just to be sure. It's probably a waste of time since, we've already got our clues leading us in this direction. We've got a great big raging clue leading this direction. But let's try all those others too, just to be sure. We wouldn't be thorough if we didn't. What a clown.
My point, I'm just trying to break it down.
You're breaking, you want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me.
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, where you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched.
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Conspiracy.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking.
And I was pretty sure Candlestick didn't exist anymore, but you got what I was saying.
Did they ask?
No.
They didn't have to search it, they didn't have to inspect it?
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody's from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they would inspect your vehicle?
No.
Maybe because the evidence didn't lead to his vehicle. They might have looked at it with, in a parking lot, like I said.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian Albert Jr., Nicole. Brian.
If they are going to seize it, they have to ask. Frankly, they're going to have a warrant. To get in it, they're going to have to ask, unless there's exigent circumstances. When it's parked at the Canton Police Department and Brian Higgins is inside, they can look. No need to ask. The car's in public. They can look. They can walk around it. They can look in the windows, see what's in plain sight. They can take pictures. No need to ask. They very well might have done that without his knowledge. And not seeing anything suspicious, not seeing any damage, didn't go any further. But absolutely do not have to ask to inspect his vehicle when it's in public. Now, let's say he drives home and parks it in his garage and it's never seen again. Then they'd have to ask. I'm reminded. So at this real estate firm I worked at, there was an agent, one of the best agents there. his dad, in fact, coached at Fenway Park, I believe. Or no. Baseball fans, who did Herman Franks coach? Either way, he was riding his bike on Wasatch Boulevard out by the Cottonwood Canyons. He was struck from behind by a BMW and severely injured. That BMW driver pulled over, got out of the car, lifted up his trunk to hide the license plate, and drove off. A bystander recognized the exhaust on the BMW and was able to narrow it down to a specific model of BMW, of which there were only like 3 in the state matching the description. So even though the guy drove straight home, parked the BMW in the garage, kept it there, they were able to go with a warrant because they had probable cause, and they said, hey, open up your garage. We have a warrant because we have probable cause to search your BMW. And it had damage that matched the victim, and he was arrested. And I believe he was convicted. He was held responsible in a civil trial for a great big judgment that the agent donated to charity because he was already rich. So,
Ryan, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table, trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No.
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
We were all there in the kitchen talking together.
And JT Davis, his son went to Catholic school with my dad. I think he was the year behind him. And his, let's see. So he would have been with the Giants at the time. And my dad, goes to the Frank's house, and my dad's never been a baseball fan, but he's like, yeah, Willie Mays is here. Kind of a big deal here in Salt Lake during the off season.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend, these are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. You can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Let the judge rule on the objection. That's hearsay. He didn't witness it.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Argumentative.
So Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
So you ran off when Sergeant Lank arrived because you didn't want to be seen there when Sergeant Lank was there? just in case firefighter McLaughlin was brought up, and hot tubbing in Maine.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No,
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
no, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you got.
Even if he had, federal agents work even when they're not scheduled. Do you know what's a good thing to deal with shock, to deal with grief? Keeping busy. Shocking, I know.
A key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
Almost like
So if the
he was
records
in
indicate that
shock.
you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, back to
Ish,
5.
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
9 a.m. ish. But once again, keeping busy can be a very good thing.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach this one? Yes. This particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
No, I don't. I have never seen this before.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Just,
Your
do you
Yes,
recognize
I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
You ask the free Karen Reed crowd, and yes, you ask people objectively watching the trial. I don't think so. At least not as far as the conspiracy goes. Certainly not. Once again, still hasn't been proved that Karen Reed hit him. Of course, the prosecution hasn't called the witnesses yet that would prove or not prove that she hit him. So, I mean, as of this point, I'm still a not guilty vote. You know, I realize the free Karen Reed crowd thinks I'm biased. I'm still at a not guilty vote. I have not been convinced. I have not been shown that she's guilty. But I certainly have not been sold on a grand conspiracy. I certainly have not been shown that anyone else is guilty. I haven't been shown it's someone other than Karen Reed. And that's it. And I'm sure it's just like the phone records. Out of order, jumbled up, 50 million card swipes with 3 that are relevant. But, let's kill trees. Let's charge Karen Reed 35 cents a page to print that out.
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. you acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through
It
doors.
appears to
every
be.
place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right when you got there? You say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No,
Without telling me the substance of the conversation. Did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't much of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. Don't recall.
You're not sure about that either.
Sorry, I'm
You're
not
not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
That's what he just
100%
said.
No.
Certainly, we're not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Was the door unlocked? Did you knock? How many times did you knock? Did you do the standard shave and a haircut? Apparently, my secret knock isn't so secret. Apparently, more people do it than me. How long did it take for them to answer? Did they say, come in, or did they answer the door?
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next in order base pages. It represents base pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Yeah, do you agree this is coming in? Not on your life. Not knowing what it is, of course. I don't. Lolly does.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically, it's the second to the last page.
She looks confused now. She looked a little confused. Like she doesn't quite know where this is going this time.
I have it.
One for a second. And you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom.
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 129/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 129/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds,
I see
access
it.
granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes,
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
yes.
Rear entry to secure corridor. Not gonna kink shame.
If you look at page 2967,
If only.
I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976. Take a look at.
You said
time.
2976?
That's Bates.
Of course, Jackson might also argue 22 inches is really tall. Really tall.
Page 2976. That's the bottom right hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
$923 and what?
39
And that's on 2976?
should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies. Okay, all right, thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do, I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes,
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sally Port.
Two
Yes,
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side,
And
yes.
then there's a
Pass through,
personal pass-through door as well.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And by then, Karen Reed's SUV was already in there waiting for him to tamper with. Even though, you know, it's been testified that's how lots of officers entered the police station.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological
Yeah,
order.
speed it up.
On page
little bit.
2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 9:23:50, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the
Same
time?
page,
Yes,
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up.
I think that would be against terms of service, so no.
We'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see it, yes.
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
Says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key strike. You can enter into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally Port.
Yes,
Why'd you go into Sally Port? And I really think that's going to be the question. Why'd you go into Sally Port? What did you need in there? Even though, you know, they use the Sally Port to get in and out of the police station from the testimony I've heard. They need dispatch to open the Sally Port door, or at least the overhead door there. I can't remember if there's a other door, but the point is, he might have been going to his car. Poor planning, Canton. Or Dedham. Poor planning. Fire stations and courthouses don't mix. God, headphone warning. Oh, it's not the fire station. It's the FBI swooping in to arrest everyone. Get ready. Get ready. The FBI is about to swing in through that window. We're going to have some rappelling through the roof. It's the FBI coming to arrest the real killers.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sally Port and Sally Port to booking, meaning swipe the key card in the door going from booking to Sally Port.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
And that's why the FBI is swooping in mid-testimony, Paul. And also, hello. It's, you know, it's all part of the plan, according to someone.
Does it refresh your recollection?
It would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not given that.
I mean, it's possible they think he's a gymnast. I mean, he's built like a cannonball, so, you know, maybe he flips. Like, maybe that's what they mean.
You're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page.
About
Okay.
right there.
This might be a little easier.
Fuck you.
Highlight it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sally Port to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay.
And that would indicate him coming back. So not being there all day. He came back at 2 something.
At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert.
It's possible.
Okay. If,
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you take memory altering drugs to conveniently forget?
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
How did you know, CJ5? You weren't supposed to know I'm in the. Oh wait, you meant Brian Higgins. Sorry, I didn't say anything.
3:10 plus 12 is 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls
I'm not Illuminati. I'm just Bilderberg and Skull and Bones.
you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
And then Mayor, Your Honor,
Yes.
same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one final question.
Argumentative.
Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
Mayor Clerk?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested
Of course it sucks. Women aren't allowed, Naven. I mean, I'm a decent cook, but not for that big a group.
parties throughout the day. You'll agree.
I was,
Answer that.
okay,
There's
yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can-
Yes, they're friends and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only.
So how dare you go to your office that day? Because once again, he's a federal agent. Federal agents work assigned hours, but they work a lot more than that too.
only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Helbert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other.
See, Nick Mason, Grey Duck. Nick Mason, great rhythm section, great band.
entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886.
No, didn't you know, Jennifer Ray? As soon as, well, even before it's alleged you're an actual witness, you know, as soon as one of your friends dies, you are sequestered from the rest of your friends until the trial. So
Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is 3:57 and 54 seconds.
3:57 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. Or the one it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57:36.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins, booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Then there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
$407.47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins, booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't, yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
that-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here, no. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
And you're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there, yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. Did not see anything.
So you didn't see any of that evidence that might or might not have been there out of context and think, oh, I better not look at that. How dare you?
Are you aware that at 5, well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not, I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sallyport around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative.
You were in the Sallyport the last time you're logged into the Sallyport, it's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sallyport at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did.
You're logged at 4:07, and Chief Berkowitz is there 7 minutes after? Fuck, he's halfway home by then. Or up in his office or whatever.
I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sallyport, you know that,
If I walked in, I
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sallyport, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
How
I don't
should
remember
he
ever
know?
seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds?
She said
At the
move
same
on.
time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered.
I don't remember.
Do you remember
Please.
Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that, no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, shut the doors?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the door?
That's hearsay. And he said he doesn't remember being with Chief Berkowitz.
Meaning shutting the Sallyport.
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds.
You might have, Naven. He's lost me. I might be falling asleep here.
In the Sallyport garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
Were you in the Sallyport at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say no, I was not.
No.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sallyport garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, is missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once again, he doesn't care about the answer. He doesn't care about the objection. All he cares is that the jury hears his question.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz
What's a
indicating that some
flurry?
taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all
what's a flurry of phone calls and text messages? Seriously, what's a flurry? And informing you that that's hearsay.
Without telling what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert,
I don't know what day you're referring to.
the 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
I guess they would be the expert on flurries, wouldn't they?
Fair approach?
Yes.
If you look at the entries for 6:12, 6:16, see if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the?
6:12 and 6:16.
Okay, I see those. Yes.
There was a call at 6:12.
We've already covered, I haven't eaten from McDonald's in 24 years. If I want a milkshake, I go to Millie's, which is local, one location.
That Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
That approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Hearsay.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Okay.
It hearsay. I guess, yeah, that is true. That is true. Dairy Queen would be aware of what the competition sells. And Wendy's would roast both of them on Twitter. So. All right, let's see. How long is this? Not too long.
So, may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been. I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference.
I'd tell them to be muted, basically. You know, don't react unnaturally, but don't overreact either. So.
Still.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
No, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You were not interviewed about this case but in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after. Yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly. It's not.
He answered, Sharon, Mass. Sharon, Mass is a location. Presumably.
Yes. Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, the answer is yes, right? So we agree?
Arguing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Stop
By the time
arguing.
you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
yes,
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
Meeting.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your
I
testimony.
discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus
Yeah, but fuck you. That's argumentative. Fuck you. Argumentative.
issue. You understood my question, didn't you? Is there a reason
Argumentative.
you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, is there a reason why? Why don't you go ahead?
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It
I'm
was,
not
it,
trying to make
it,
it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Have you discussed
Argumentative.
this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Yes, that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD.
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
That's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying
Yes,
you had
you
access to
are.
individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port
And access, yes, and that's a cut through I used all the time.
and anything that was in it, correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that
Argumentative.
that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days, that's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was a specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
Information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it was a fresh recollection, some transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Because he didn't.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
You
wrong.
knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Argumentative.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's allowed. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone.
Did-
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card is going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You can break the SIM card in half or
It could,
snap it,
it
correct?
could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You could also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You'd agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay.
I never went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent,
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right? Computer forensics lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI regional computer forensics lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI regional computer forensics lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of
But I thought Kenny Berkowitz was your best friend. Which is it?
John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. By
I mean, maybe, just maybe, this is speculation on my part based on his previous answer. I was asking him how to pull off text message strings to provide to law enforcement. Maybe he was preemptively trying to take them off to provide the text messages we saw between him and Karen. Maybe. I'm speculating. I don't know. Because If his friend, who were more technical than he is, had managed to show him how, maybe that would have been more useful to law enforcement than the screen captures that they received. So, you know, but that's the thing. What they received was the screenshots. That's fine. But maybe as law enforcement, and once again, I'm speculating here. I'm speculating. I've played devil's advocate for both sides. Maybe he thought, well, maybe they want the metadata. Maybe they want everything, not just the screen grabs. I don't know. I'm just speculating. So, and then when his friend was like, yeah, just take screenshots and email them. Done. They're, you know, short of cloning your phone, what you're asking for doesn't exist. So, I don't know.
Already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources
But unless you delete laws, then the screenshots themselves are metadata.
to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone. Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement. Your Honor.
He wanted to be useful. If he wanted to limit what they were getting off his phone, he didn't have to give them anything. He could have said, come back with a warrant. Because come back with a warrant. Fuck you, Fifth Amendment, come back with a warrant. It's not suspicious volunteering information. It's also not suspicious saying, fuck you, come back with a warrant.
Wrong.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Stand us to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensic?
Mr. Jackson, can I see your phone right now? Would Mr. Jackson, are you willing to hand your phone over? Well, no, there's attorney-client privileged information on there. It's awfully suspicious that you won't hand your phone over. But I don't want to risk my cases. Oh.
Lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously.
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
That is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it is.
Well, you just alleged it, CJ5, so it's got to be true because those are the standards.
It's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see you. I know this is, I need to see you.
I can't afford to laugh anything else off. I'm on my last leg here. Come on. Come on. Let's see. Oh, that looks like a bit of a long one.
Counsel, why don't you come
as the actress said to the bishop.
on over, please? Mr. Conley,
Wait,
if you
I
just go
didn't-
and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple
Oh.
of questions he's about to ask your client.
okay, I'm backing up a second. So we have Brian Higgins, attorney here. So and yes, one of the rules, I need to put the crawl across the bottom of the screen with the rules. I don't know.
Counsel, why don't you come on over?
I don't know why I moved my mouse across the screen on my StreamYard screen, since you wouldn't see that anyway. But yeah, one of the rules. No spoilers since we're out of time. But yes, this is Higgins' lawyer. He could tell him, plead the fifth. So not necessarily. It's pleading the fifth isn't a criminal confession. Now, I've never run into this situation before, but you know, if Karen Reed were on the stand in a civil trial, her pleading the fifth could lead to adverse inferences in the civil trial. So basically, the questions asked of her could be taken as true. Her pleading the fifth and not testifying in this trial can't be used against her. If Brian Higgins is testifying, he's there under subpoena, I'm sure. But if he pleads the fifth, it's possible, once again, I've never had to look into this, so I don't know specifically, but the jury might be able to take an adverse inference, or in this case, it would be a positive inference for Karen Reed off of him pleading the fifth. So basically, if he pleads the fifth, whatever question Alan Jackson asked could potentially be deemed answered in the affirmative. But once again, I don't know that for sure because I've never had to look it up, so I don't know. But there was a question. There was a question. Right, but the questioning stops. No, not necessarily. Because, you know, the questioning stops if it's an interrogation. If he's on the stand, they can't badger him. They can't ask it that question again, but they move on to the next question. You know, they ask you, is the sky blue? On the advice of counsel, I invoke the Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Is the sky green? On the advice of counsel, I invoke my right to remain silent. And I know it's been done in trials before, especially in the cases of co-defendants who have already, you know, been convicted, usually. But I haven't seen it in those trials. I just know it's happened. I have seen it in civil trials accompanying criminals. I've seen it in depositions, and it gets real awkward when you might ask 100 questions. On the advice of counsel, I invoked my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. And it gets real awkward. But you keep going because you want to get all your questions in. Because you can't get the adverse inference without asking the question. Or in this case, the positive inference for Karen Reed, I don't actually know what you'd call it. It's usually an adverse inference against the witness, but That's in a civil case. I don't know what it would be called here, but either way, we will see what his lawyer advises him.
Please, Mr. Conley. If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about.
Whoa. I missed that. Mr. Jackson is about to give an offer of proof. What do we call an offer of proof? He's giving a proffer. Proffer. And as the free Karen Reed crowd has informed us, you can only give a proffer if you're under investigation, if you've committed a crime yourself. Is my understanding from all the people I've seen yell, proffer! Jackson is giving a proffer. He's putting a question on the record. That's a proffer. That's a proffer. Exactly. But that's because they are simple-minded idiots that don't know what a proffer is. They just hear Turtle Boy say, he gave a proffer, that means he's flipped, that means he's under investigation, that means... But when you don't know what something means, you can be convinced that it's sinister. As I said from day one, because that's one thing I knew, was about the proffer is, you know, attorneys do it all the time in court. So.
To ask your client, doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled C-O-N-N-O-L-L-Y.
Whoa. Whoa. More Irish in Boston? I can't believe it. I can't believe more Irish.
Ma'am,
yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized a federal.
For personal gain, providing information to law enforcement is apparently personal gain.
Utilize federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity or in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement.
Fuck you.
So that he could later ultimately destroy his phone.
Highly selective, highly curated. That wasn't subpoenaed. He didn't have to turn anything over. He didn't have to turn anything over.
Which this witness, in fact, did.
Okay, so it's not entirely, I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent.
But this isn't personal gain. This isn't personal gain. This is to provide information to law enforcement. That's not personal gain. In fact, as we've seen, it's been a high personal cost. Not personal gain.
Or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that you contacted an ATF agent the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the bathroom there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10 seconds.
I mean, if Jackson is accusing him of committing a federal crime, well, frankly, if answering the question is admitting to a federal crime, his attorney can tell him, plead the fifth. And then you get an inference, you know. But the thing is, Jackson can't then go in front of the jury and say, he admitted to committing this federal crime because, well, number one, he hasn't been convicted of committing the federal crime. Number two, for the most part, crimes have to be of moral turpitude or certain types of crimes to even be admissible. This isn't a crime of moral turpitude. You know, he says personal gain, but crimes of moral turpitude are like theft. This isn't theft. It's ridiculous. And that's it. It's not a federal crime. Jackson is delusional here.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back.
Thank you,
Okay?
Your Honor.
That's pretty much what I get from it. Of course,
Do you need anything else?
I'm not
No, I'm
going to
just gonna
say.
grab the spelling while I have time.
I'm not going to say anything about dick moves other than thousands of jagged teeth down there. Probably does. But the turtle tards have all assured me that the FBI is going to swoop in at any moment. Or that if he's not the target of the federal investigation, it's because he flipped. And he's the only one that flipped. And the FBI is going to swoop in on everyone else any minute.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we're ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor, thank you.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
I love all your optimism, but it's going to take them about 2 minutes to get here, so, yeah.
Just waiting to burst through that window, you know. I mean, I saw a laser pointer earlier. I just assumed it was from the witness stand. It might have been the sniper across the street.
Do you want these?
I've been worried about you, Chloe. You've been missing in action for, you know, since week 1. I've been worried. Bark twice if you're okay. Okay. Thank God. Wait. I said bark twice, not rough twice. Send the ASPCA up to Vermont right now.
Rise for third.
So Chloe knows tricks now. Wait. No, sorry. Tricks are for kids. That was in the texts. You let little Alan Jackson do all the heavy lifting.
We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes,
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or
Calls for
organizations with which you are
legal
associated
conclusion.
personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
no, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to reading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than an authorized purpose. Notwithstanding those regulations, you utilize the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information.
Notice he doesn't change it to form because, once again, he only cares about the question. Jackson is the one testifying here. That, you know, in natural conversation, you erase that last question because it's objected. In fact, moving on, as if it had just been answered. He does not care about the answer. He is testifying, sorry.
Off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson.
Brother Alan Jackson.
That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected, and you and Matt Kelch worked together.
Chloe likes bitches, but not that one. Well, actually, wait, no. Chloe is the bitch, so. Of course. Yeah, I'm going to leave it.
Get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
That's
correct.
what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State Police.
Right. So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
It was
I didn't
his
ask you about your
phone.
rights.
When I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But
Okay, it seems like there was another glitch in the matrix because I didn't hit anything and it looks like we skipped a second or two. But once again, there was no preservation order. No preservation order. He had provided evidence off the phone. If you want the phone, subpoena the phone. He's not obligated to hold on to it forever.
if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds. That there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
Your Honor, to make a quick offer of proof, that's exactly what it was that he was notified.
I'm absolutely shocked that Alan Jackson mischaracterized the order. Absolutely shocked.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's the question. again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claimed you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
objection,
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
objection,
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
When you switch carriers, it makes sense to destroy the SIM card. Assuming there's no court order, of course.
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lowley's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr.
What a weasel.
Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
That was your one question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend. Please, it's very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday will be a full day.
There, leaving it open for the year, all sides, hurry up, follow.
How dare he?
Goodbye.
How very dare he? I mean, jury's got to get home for Friday night dinner.
You can follow them, yes.
All right, so I will see counsel at sidebar. Tori, we're done with that.
And I bet I know where we're picking up on Tuesday morning. It's going to be about the phone once again. And I mean, yeah. Somehow I'm not shocked that Jackson mischaracterized the order, or at least the date of the order, or the validity of the order, the continued existence of the order. And yeah. So the I assume when Lolly redirects, he's going to ask, had the, preservation order been overturned by the time you destroyed the phone or got rid of the phone? Yes. Done. If he's not required to keep the phone, why keep it? And Karen's allowed at the sidebar. That's not inappropriate. It's her case. It's her case. She's allowed to hear. But yeah. Okay. Good to know. That's why we wait even after the jury's gone for the day. But even still, she's allowed at the sidebars because it's her case. She gets to hear everything. It's you know, kind of the thing. You get to, it's the confrontation clause. So much as Yannetti annoys me, I'm glad that that he's finishing it instead of Jackson. But once again, if the phone's not subpoenaed, he doesn't have to turn shit over. Not one bit. It's helpful of him to turn it over, but if it's not subpoenaed, he doesn't have to turn everything over. He doesn't have to turn over, you know, his Minecraft password. And I mean, you can save like a few phone numbers to your SIM card. It doesn't hold a whole hell of a lot. And I'm sure they'd have a headphone, but it has to be on the microphone to pick it up. So yeah, I thought the defense promised us fireworks. Today was supposed to be explosive.
Madam Court Reporter, thank you very much. All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, report, please.
So I guess we aren't getting instructed by the judge before court ends. So, yeah, certainly an interesting day. Certainly an interesting day. I think, to me, the text messages were the most interesting part. Frustrating as they might have been, I think they were the most interesting. And I mean, if that's his definition of a bombshell, I'm not going to kink shame him for that. But I believe, well, I know there's no court on Monday because it's Memorial Day, the second anniversary of the Massachusetts mammalian protuberance massacre. The half day on Tuesday, and I think Tuesday's the only day of court next week for some reason, but I'm not sure. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. I've seen, but I'm not positive. I think the allegations of nudes, or at least comments of nudes, is Trooper Proctor. I don't know, because once again, I go off of what's presented in court. And so to answer your question, Swerve Show, basically my opinion has not changed. I entered thinking she probably hit him, with no idea as to the second-degree murder charge, as in my gut instinct is she hit him. No idea if she intended to, but she's innocent until proven guilty, and the only thing that matters is the evidence presented in court. You know, it doesn't get tried in the media. All the allegations and, you know, assurances and everything outside of court are irrelevant. As of now, she is still innocent until proven guilty. I'm not convinced yet by the evidence that she is guilty. My gut instinct still is that she's guilty, but gut instinct isn't beyond reasonable doubt. So basically, that's where I stand. But and I'm like, I still haven't seen concrete evidence she hit him, but I'm closer now than when when I started to saying it's second degree murder over DUI manslaughter, but I still have to be shown that she's the one that hit him. But the motive to me is starting to build. The intent is starting to build between Aruba and Brian Higgins. And we just went over 8 hours, so I lost Facebook. But yeah, between Aruba and Maya's mom and Brian Higgins, those texts, I'm closer to thinking, yeah, there's a motive. I'm still not entirely sure what the motive is, whether it's, get rid of him to hook up with Brian Higgins, get rid of him because she's pissed off at him, get rid of him so that she can still hang out with the niece who she had a good relationship with, when if they broke up, she wouldn't be able to. If she formed the intent, on the fight, on the drive over, which I have a feeling the fight was over Maya's mom, Bella's mom. That's what I meant. Bella's mom. I kept saying Maya. I don't know why. Bella's mom. So, and that's not a good fact for her, I think. He's dead. He was hit by a plow. Have you seen him? Is he sleeping on someone's couch? He's dead. So, but I don't know. I don't know yet. And that's it. Was she too drunk to realize? Of course, that's DUI manslaughter. Did she not even realize she hit something because it was a blizzard? I've slid into a curb in the snow before. Did she think that's what it was? I don't know. So but that's why I keep saying I'm not going to make up my mind until the prosecution rests and the defense rests. Because I might have a pretty good idea when the prosecution rests, but I need to hear from the defense too. Although I think most of the defense case, other than expert witnesses, frankly, is going to come out through their cross-examination, because why not? Frankly, for the defense, cross-examination is better. So, yeah, lots of resentment, but at the same time, she seems possessive, jealous. That green-eyed monster. In Boston, Boston's a terrible place to have a green-eyed monster. So, and yeah, his I'm tired and I can't think of words right now. I can't English. But his badgering witnesses, I'm sure, isn't winning points. I still think the best defense, the most likely defense to succeed would have been some Puerto Rican guy. Sure, he was hit by a car. It was some Puerto Rican guy. We'll never know. It just wasn't me. So that's where I still stand. Unconvinced one way or another, but more convinced than when we started that it's not some grand elaborate conspiracy. So with that being said, I'm exhausted, as you may be able to tell, and I'm hungry, and it's the weekend. So everyone, have a safe, fun Memorial Day. Watch out for Kate's boobs. They are dangerous this time of year. Just ask delete laws. I mean, thankfully, he's protected in the Las Vegas Metro jail. Her boobs can't hurt him there. So yeah, have a great Memorial Day. Do the YouTubey things, like, share, subscribe, bribe your friends and family to do the same, and see you next week. Bye-bye.